Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB Group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESREC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESREC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESREC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESREC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESREC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESREC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, CESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, CESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. CESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. CESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. CESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, CESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, CESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and CESRIC as facilitator. CESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, CESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, CESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals,
University in the City of Civilizations, Istanbul. from proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these 2 conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the 2nd time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ISEEK ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Freedom, please. It's your
Okay. إن الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله ما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Dear respected guests, distinguished scholars and participants from all over the world. Welcome to the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance on the theme of sustainable development for real economy. So the topic of our session is Islamic finance, empowerment and sustainability. We have 6 presenters. We expect to have all of them in the session. And we are allocated 90 minutes for the whole session. So each of presenters has 10 minutes for presenting the papers and followed by 2 minutes of questions and answers. So the session is moderated by Dr. Adam Ruslan Nagayan from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. And without further delay, let's start with the first session. Our first distinguished, respected professor, Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Jan from International Islamic University, Malaysia, Faculty of Business Administration or Department of Business Administration, Faculty of Economics and Management Sciences. And please, Dr. Muhammad Tahir Jan, please, your stage.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. First of all, thank you, Dr. Adam, for introduction. I'm Muhammad Tahir Jan. I'm an associate professor working with International Islamic University at the Department of Business Administration, Kuliah of Economics. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers and the committee for accepting my paper and giving me this opportunity, even though a unique opportunity, presenting live virtually, but I hope it will be fruitful. So now I'm going to share my screen with you where you will see my slides that I prepared, and then we'll discuss along as I go with the slides. So give me a second and let me share my slides with you.
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, is it clear? The slides are visible to all of you?
Yes, that's fine. We can see.
Okay. So the topic of my research paper is an empirical comparative study of circular economy from a consumer perspective. This is somehow the extension of a study that I conducted a few months ago. I presented a few months ago in Qatar. It was the same conference, Islamic Finance, Islamic Economics and Finance Conference, and focus was on circular economy. So I wanted to see how would the model and the research work when you compare it with Turkey. So the data of Malaysia already had, and then I had to collect the data from Turkey, and then this is how the research goes. The outline of the presentation is we'll start with introduction, then a quick literature review. I'll not focus more on the literature review because I think we don't have a lot of time. The framework of the study, the methodology, findings, conclusion, and recommendation. When we talk about production and consumption, I will take you back. We know that today the world is facing a lot of problems, particularly when it comes to excessive consumption of products. People around the globe are consuming products, but the problem is that we do not have any solid methods of recycling or disposing of those products. We know that around the globe, the oceans, the forests are damaged because of the waste. And it has put a lot of pressure on the Mother Earth. So the process where the products are produced without any solid method of recycling and solid method of wasting it in a way that people can use it again, we call it linear economic system or the linear economy, where the focus is on producing large quantity of products and then consuming those large quantity without keeping in mind the impact of that on the on overall environment. Now it looks good. because from financial terms, producing large quantity and consuming large quantity encourages economic activity. But when we focus on this particular point from the perspective of sustainability, it has a lot of adverse effect. It has caused a lot of damage to the environment and the generation to come. So what should we do? If this is the case, there must be a solution for that problem. And the solution, luckily, is the thing which is called the circular economy or the circular economic system. This approach was introduced, and the circular economic system has some amazing things to offer for us. What is it? The circular economy or the circular economic system focuses on the reuse of the products, the repair of the product, the refurbishment, and the recycling in such a way that its impact on the environment is reduced as much as possible. So it's a very promising and a very attractive philosophy, and it is aligned with the United States Sustainable Development Goals as well, the sustainability goals. Now, when it comes to the definition, there is a problem because there is a lack of consensus on the definition of the circular economy. There are so many definitions of circular economy, but the central point of all those definitions are that we must reduce the waste or find out a mechanism where the waste are circulated and the products are made out of the waste and those products are further used. So it should be a cyclical process rather than a process where the products are produced and then they are consumed and finished. No, the process should be a cyclical process where the impact on the environment is reduced as much as possible. Uh, our research, my research focused mostly from the perspective of marketing. I'm a marketing professor, and particularly the consumer perspective. So, because consumer plays an important role, we being consumers, we buy a product, but we are unaware of the impact of the use or the consumption of those products on the environment. So, it was a very appealing and promising topic for me. So, I wanted to further investigate that what are the factors that influence people to buy circular economic products, the products which are produced with the philosophy of circular economy. And as I told you that I've already done this research in Malaysia last year and presented the beginning of this year in Qatar. So I wanted to do the same research in Turkey and then compare the results. So this is the main contribution of this research where the data from Malaysia and Turkey are acquired, they are compared, which I'm going to show you in a while. I'll go through the literature review quickly. The products which are produced mostly with the philosophy of linear system, they have an inherited problem. And the problem is that as it reaches the end, it loses its value, it loses its functionalities, and normally people will dispose them off and it will become a burden on the environment. The linear economic systems are those systems which are responsible for the degradation of the environment. So new systems were required, new methods were required, new philosophies were required, and that's why the method of circular economic system was introduced, where the focus is on slowing down the process. If we cannot completely disconnect it, so it should be slowed down so that the impact on the environment is reduced significantly. Then the definition that I selected, I personally like it. It's a very detailed definition. Is a circular economy is a system where the resource input and the waste becomes the input of another system. So it's a so beautiful definition. The resource waste becomes the input for another system, and it makes the whole process long lasting. The products that are produced with the philosophy of circular economy are those products where the products are easily repairable, reusable, it can be refurbished, and it can be recycled. So the focus is on sustainability is there. What about marketing now? Where is the role of marketing in the whole circular economy? The role of marketing is, I have to take you back to the marketing philosophies and particularly the market orientation, the marketing management orientation, we call it, or the evolution of marketing, that what are different philosophies in marketing available for us and which one of those philosophies are related to the circular economy. So quickly speaking, We have production orientation stage, we have product orientation stage, we have sales orientation stage. These stages are the stages where the focus of the companies are to produce large quantity of products, sell large quantity of products, and the consumers are encouraged to consume large quantity of products. Then another method was introduced which was called quality of life marketing, where the focus is more on sustainability, the focus is more on producing those products which have lower adverse effect on the environment. Particularly the societal marketing concept are aligned with the philosophy of circular economy. In this research, I've adopted a very established theory. It is called the theory of plant behavior, commonly called TPB, where the focus is on factors that influence consumers' buying intention. So I'm actually finding out what are the factors that influence consumers to buy circular products or products which are sustainable. The dimensions or the factors of TPB. We have purchase intention as a ultimate dependent variable. Then we have attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control as the original antecedents of purchase intention, or the factors that influence purchase intention. I'm taking it as it is originally, but I've added two more variables, and those two variables are related to the circular economy: the convenience and availability of the products, and the impact of those products on the environment. So with the existing TPB model, Dr. Adam, please give me a cue if you think that I'm running out of time.
Yes, please.
Okay,
You have 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
So the model looks like that. The model with the three original dimensions and the two that I added. Research methodology, quantitative methods were used. Data was collected using soft copies and online questionnaire from Malaysia and Turkey. 377 questionnaires were collected from Malaysia, and 351 were selected from Turkey. SPSS and MO softwares were used. The data shows that 63% males replied to the survey in Malaysia and 68% from Turkey. The age group, majority of the respondents from Malaysia are 30 years and above, whereas majority of the respondents in Turkey are 25 years and above. In both the countries, postgraduate degree holders were the one who replied, and in both the countries, married respondents were the maximum. The Cronbach alpha, you can see that it is acceptable in both the countries. This is the Malaysia reliability test with 0.95 Cronbach alpha, and this is the Turkey data with 0.955 as well. In both the countries, exploratory factor analysis emerged with 6 dimensions, 6 factors as it was envisaged. Give me 1 more minute and then I will try to conclude it. Confirmatory factor analysis in both the countries were conducted, and the result of the confirmatory factor analysis in Malaysia and in Turkey both are satisfactory, whereas the focus of important point here is that in Malaysia the data, the results are comparatively much better than that of the Turkey. The Turkey are comparatively weaker. Similarly, the data of final structure model, as you can see, the data of Malaysia is CFI is 0.93, norm chi-square is 3, and the RMCI is 0.07. If you can see in the bottom right corner, and in Turkey, it is more or less the same, but slightly lower in strength. In Malaysia, we supported 3 hypotheses: attitude, subjective norm, and environmental impact have a positive impact on purchase intention, whereas in Turkey, we could not find evidence to support convenience and environmental impact that have an influence on purchase intention. Rather, the original TPV model was kept, and the original TPV model resulted to have a strong impact on the purchase intention. Now, some conclusion and recommendation. I will just try to quickly finish it. The focus of producer and consumer in Malaysia should be to produce products where the focus is on environmental impact, whereas in Turkey, the focus should be given to perceived behavior control. Policymakers, practitioners, and organizations should focus on influencing the attitude, the perceived behavior control, and the subjective norm of the consumers in order to make them buy circular product. It was pretty fast. I hope that those of you are listening, they would get a chance to read the paper. and give me their feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Tahir Jan. Thank you. It was quite interesting topic, and thank you for your valuable contribution to circular economics. So, since we don't have any questions and sent by the followers, so let's move to the next speaker. Our next respected speaker is PhD candidate in business administration from Eskişehir Osman Gazi University of Turkey, Sister Nur Hadija Mahd Azhari. Please, the stage is yours.
First of all, thank you very much for the chairperson, Dr. Adam, and also the organizer, give the opportunity to present my paper for this conference. Okay, without further delay, I will share my screen. Okay, this for my paper, analysis of impact on capital structure during financial crisis using Python pandas, evidence from Sharia compliance company. Okay, this is the outline for this presentation. First of all, I will give a brief introduction about the Sharia compliance company and also the Islamic index, objective of study, methodology, finding, and also the conclusions. Okay, what is a Sharia compliance company? There are different between the others company. Sharia compliance company are deemed to comply with the Sharia principle, rules, value, and also the restriction when dealing with the financial activities. And it also free from prohibited elements such as the riba, mashar, and also garar. And also every Sharia compliance company, they need to have a Sharia advisory board or Sharia board in order to monitor the Sharia or Sharia activities or company's activities. Okay, before that, all the Sharia compliance company, they are listed under Islamic index, and also before they are listed, they need to go through few process actually. Okay, in the market, they have a three leading Islamic index, which is a Dow Jones Global Islamic Index, S&P Sharia Index, and also FTSE Sharia Index. Okay, for my sample, I taking from the FTSE Sharia Global Index. And also the first screening process under this index is the company does not involve to any conventional finance such as non-Islamic banking, finance and insurance, alcohol, pork-related product and non-halal food production, packaging, processing and any others related to this one. Fourth one is entertainment activities such as casino, gambling and auto pornographer. And also is a manufacturer of trade in activities such as tobacco, arms and also defense. Okay, after pass for the first screening process, they go through the second screening process, which is the financial benchmark. Okay, this one is okay. The first one is a debt is less than 33.33% of the total asset. The second one is a cash and interest bearing item are less than 33.33% of the total asset as well. Account receivable and cash are less than 50% of the total asset. The last one is the interest and non-compliance activities of income should not exceed 5% of the 5% of the total revenue. Okay, why I conduct this study actually? First reason is, okay, actually they have lots of study related to this capital structure and financial performance. Unfortunately, most of the research, they focus on the public listed company, SME, and also financial institution. So in order to fill this research gap, so I conduct this study. The second one, okay, previously the investor just focus on the, if the company or the project can give a loss of return, they will make an investment for that company or that project. But nowadays, the investor give more attention to the ethical and unethical fundamental investment. So that's why they start to switch to the Sharia compliance company. Okay, last one is one of the causes of financial crisis because of the interest. And interest we know is come from a debt financing. Okay, so that's why under Islamic index, they have a benchmark for the debt to total asset. And because of this restriction, Sharia compliance company, they raise their capital using equity financing or retained earning. Okay, the objective of this paper actually is to investigate the impact of capital structure during the financial period, and also to see until what extent the Sharia compliance company and non-Sharia compliance company are different in terms of their capital structure. Okay, this one is my methodology. I taking from a secondary data, and also the period of study I divide into three: before financial crisis, during financial crisis, and also after financial crisis actually. And also all is a public listed company, but I divide it to the Sharia compliance and non-Sharia compliance. And all the sample taken from a Southeast Asian, from a 5 country: Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, or Thailand, and also Vietnam. Okay, and data analysis, I'm using a Python pandas analysis. And also what is a pandas actually? It's a software library written from a Python's programming language for data manipulating and analysis. And it's offer the data structure and operating for manipulating numerical tables and time series. This one, some of the advantage using a Python pandas actually. But I will just proceed because I afraid I don't have enough time to discuss the finding. This one, the regression analysis, the equation that I use for my research. Okay, the finding, this one is we can see the description analysis between the before financial crisis, during financial crisis, and after financial crisis. And okay, I will discuss using a plot chart because we can see the different using this one actually. Okay, first one, short-term debt and long-term debt. We can see from this one, the orange color is for Sharia compliance company. For the blue color is a non-Sharia compliance company. Okay, if we see from this two, for the short-term debt and long-term debt, the Sharia compliance company actually they are perform or they have a lower debt ratio compared to the non-Sharia compliance company. Before, during, or after financial crisis is a lower for the compared to the non-Sharia compliance company. We can see the trend of the financial pattern as well from this one. And one of the reason why they have a lower compared to the non-Sharia compliance company because of the benchmark that are set by the Islamic index. Okay, the second one is a tangibility ratio. Okay, for the tangibility ratio, the Sharia compliance company, they have more tangible asset compared to the non-Sharia compliance company before, during, and after financial crisis. If we see, okay, for the Sharia compliance company, they need to have a collateral tangible asset if they want to issue the debt financings, if compared to the non-Sharia compliance company. Okay, next one is for the ROA. If we see for this one, for the return on asset ratio, this one is quite interesting. If we see from this one, before financial crisis, non-Sharia compliance company, they have a higher. But during financial crisis and after financial crisis, Sharia compliance company, they have a higher than non-Sharia compliance company. Okay, next one is a cash AR ratio. For cash AR ratio, we can see for the Sharia compliance company, they have a lower than non-Sharia compliance company before, during, and after financial crisis. Okay, one of the reasons because of the benchmark that are set by the Islamic index. The second one because of the if the non-Sharia compliance, if the Sharia compliance company, they have a lower ratio, so that means they have a lower risk of the non-payment, non-payable, non-collectible from a receivable actually, and also lower agency cost actually. So it's lower risk, especially during the financial crisis. Okay, the last one is a gross ratio. It's very interesting actually. Before and during financial crisis, we can see non-Sharia compliance company, they have a higher than non-Sharia compliance company. However, after financial crisis, Sharia compliance company, they have a high gross ratio compared to the non-Sharia compliance company. That means a lot of people give more attention to the Sharia compliance company after the financial crisis. Okay, this one is the regression actually, the regressions analysis. Okay, if we see from this one, I just want to discuss about this one, for the Sharia compliance company. Okay, you can see from this one actually. Okay, for the short-term debt, before financial crisis, during financial crisis, and after financial crisis, all of these, they have a significant impact and negative significant impact. That means it's good. They have a lower compared to the non-Sharia compliance company actually. And also for the long-term debt, for the before and after financial crisis also, it shows Sharia compliance company, they have a negatively significant impact. So that means it's good. That means for non-Sharia compliance company have a better compared to non-Sharia compliance company. Okay, for the last one, okay, actually for this research, I just hope they have contributions, something to the structure. predominantly for Sharia compliance companies, so can help which one the better approach for financing actually. Especially we know right now is a pandemic time. The effect is more like compared to the financial crisis actually. Okay, second one, I believe this one is a different study for the Sharia compliance company that I taking from a 5 country from a Southeast Asian, and also the analysis using the Python Pandas programming. Actually, this one is a quite new Python Panda programming language. I never saw any other research that are using for this one yet. And it's very powerful, so analysis actually. Okay, the last one, okay, I just hope this one will offer the important insight to the Sharia compliance company and give a brief idea to the government's authority bodies to facilitate the corporate to build the necessary infrastructure. For example, we know for Malaysian government, they give a tax exemption for the first 5 years to the Sharia compliance company. So that means if they encourage the other people, other company to have a Sharia compliance status actually. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear Sister Noor Khadija. And I guess that by saying that that you applied pandas, you mean Python is just an analytical tool, and you may use any packages. One of the packages is pandas, and I guess you have used pooled or less, right?
Yeah, true.
Analysis. Okay. So since there are no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
No problem.
Since we don't have any questions from our followers, let's have our next respected speaker on the stage, PhD candidate in Islamic Economics and Finance from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Sister Aisha Ahmed. Please, Sister Aisha, your floor.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Dr. Adam and other presenters.
Wa alaikum salam.
Let me share my slides. Okay. And, okay, Assalamu alaikum. The topic of my presentation is in Islamic finance, financing becomes more society and community friendly. And the paper is written by myself and Professor Dr. Munzar Kaf. Okay. The contents of my presentation are the introduction, then the reasons why Islamic finance is environment friendly, and the principles and rules of Sharia in relation to economic activities, exclusion of harmful activities from the financial sector, and finally, I have the conclusion. My introduction is this. Islamic finance is finance that's based on the tenets of Sharia. And at the same time, when we have a closer look at Islamic finance, we see that the impact it has on the society and community goes beyond just the prohibition of riba and other activities. It really goes into the effect it has on the society itself. Historically, it's seen in a study written in 2015 by Abedifar that Islamic finance existed long and was practiced through financing of production activities and consumer products, where Mudaraba and Musharaka were a means of business partnerships, seen during the Mediterranean times around that region. Then Islamic finance evolved in numbers through the years with a record of 480 banks and 322 takaful institutions, and then 527 finance institutions. The growth of the sector in size is $2.1 trillion in 2018. I go to the next slide, sorry. the basis of Islamic finance contracts. Before I go to the basis of Islamic finance contracts, I think it's good we look at the latest United Nations campaign for principles for responsible investment. This principles for responsible investments are investments are like a signatories to identify environmental, social, and governance issues in activities. And this goes to responsibilities and labor practices, and also considerations of the climate, the sustainable activities, and transparency, all in the ESGs. That leads us to socially responsible investments also. These all align with the Islamic financing. The basis of Islamic finance contracts are always through sale or sharing or lease. It can't be more than this, because in sale, that's where you exchange a product or service for payment, deferred payment or future delivery. And then there's sharing, where sharing is done on profits as agreed by partners and losses according to their contributions. We have the lease, where an individual or an organization or corporate could utilize some form of usufructs with a price and time duration, which is agreed. These are usufructs of some kind of services or machines, which on a normal day would be hard for an individual to get them or buy them, but could use them for a price. Earnings, before I go to the Islamic next slide, I need to explain that earnings in Islamic finance are built on the principle of ownership, and an individual can't own from what he doesn't have. You only own a property and bear its risk before you are entitled to any return or profits from that item, property, or asset. Sharia conditions of Islamic finance contracts encompass moral screen, realism, and balance. The moral screen has to do with humanity, and it's generally considered as something which is acceptable to all humans, as just and free from all unacceptability and fraud or ambiguity or any other thing. It must be something ethically acceptable in the society. Then there's realism. All activities financed must be real and nothing virtual or fakeness. It must be factual. Then there's balance, where what you give and what you take, the receiver and the giver must have a kind of balance in the exchange they do. Financing activities for green and for clean and green environment. This is where we have the socially responsible investments, as I discussed earlier, on the environment and the social and governance aspect. Then we have the green sukuk, the green bonds, and the green financing. These are financing activities that positively impact on the environment and the people in a society. And it completely aligns with the nature of Islamic finance, considering Maqasid al-Sharia, all the Sharia recognitions. And when we talk about the green sukuk, is used to finance developmental projects like renewable energy, the green home emission plants, the wind energy, and everything that really has to do with the environment. The green bonds also have to do with infrastructure, and they're just like the sustainable renewable investment by governments, which ensure that the impact of infrastructure is development is enjoyed by the citizens. Islamic finance also is related to elimination of ecological harmful products and production activities, where environmental maintenance is seen to be the duty of every Muslim. Anything harmful to the environment cannot be financed in Islamic finance. Okay. Why is Islamic finance society or community friendly? Islamic finance values more than just profits. It looks at permissibility, then having cognizance of maqasid. As I said, the fact that a business activity is profitable doesn't really make it okay for financing Islamically, except where it's an activity that is fully permissible according to Islam. It produces only what is beneficial. What is beneficial in the sense that in production, Islamic financing could only be done to activities that produce what is beneficial, and at the same time, there's employment of human resources where so much of production and exchange is encouraged, and the provision of financial resources for those production and exchange, and deployment of other resources for the same production and exchange. It's a kind of financing that you can only do something that has to do with creating consumer financing, for instance, or developmental projects, but you can't do anything otherwise. Anything virtual is not acceptable in Islamic financing. Then it promotes ethical financing in this sense, because it's only based on ethically accepted activities. It also gives personal financing to meet the needs of members of the community, where personal finance is given to individuals for purchases of personal consumptions or like consumable products. There's a reflection of moral aspects in financing. All financing done is morally reflective in the society. And there's making finance available to government for working capital, infrastructure, and assets procurement. This is seen, for instance, in all kinds of sukuk we have, where government uses it for infrastructure development for the good of the society. And Islamic financing develops a human-centric development strategy. There are so many theoretical and empirical findings which show that the positive contributions of Islamic finance. These include financial inclusion, financial stability, better economic development, because the financing is done for production, for manufacturing, for small and medium enterprises, and the communities become more self-reliant through utilization of these financing. It's also asset-based finance, which is always tied to real value-based financing. It's mostly in partnership, as seen as in Mudaraba and Musharaka, and not just like lending activities where you just get interest or a return that isn't really worked for. Then we have Islamic financing as a component of the total value-based system. This is because it avoids immoral and unethical finance. It could be seen in the Islamic microfinance activities, takaful, and other Islamic finance institutions, not only the Islamic banks. The principles and rules of Sharia in relation to economic activities. It's seen in the Quran that Islam encourages spending in the way of Allah and forbids the consumption of interest. It prohibits riba and unlawful gains. It warns the Muslims of any activity that isn't really right. And the prohibitions of qarar in contracts and gambling, cheating, and all not negative activities. Risks are part of our lives and should be managed well with risk absorption strategies and instruments used only for hedging purposes, but not profits. unacceptable is even part of some activities carried out by some Islamic banks, which include tawarruk and inner financing. And transactions that are not compatible with Sharia, but in practice in the Islamic capital market also fall under this category. The objectives of Sharia regarding production and other economic activities are always put into consideration. It excludes all economic activities that are harmful. Activities considered harmful, as discussed earlier, even when they are like activities not mentioned in the Quran and Sunnah, but scientifically proven to be harmful, are considered impermissible to be financed. My conclusion is that the financing is done to individuals, organizations, governments, and all for activities which ensure the betterment of the society. And the government benefits so much when financing is done through the Islamic financing, because when there's more of production and manufacturing, real production activities, it increases economic activities through consumption and also international trade through imports and exports, like among countries. And also, Islamic finance has a two-dimensional feature of being a business of financing for achievements of maximizing profits. Profits are being earned and without violating the Sharia. At the same time, business activities are carried out in obedience to Islam, which will earn an individual rewards from Allah. Recommendations are that Islamic finance should be given support by all humans, regardless of religion, to ensure financing activities are fully beneficial to the environment and the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Sister Aisha, and thank you for your insightful presentation. And your conclusion is that Islamic finance inherently is environmentally and socially friendly, and as it is in line with the maqasid of the Sharia, right? So thank you very much. So our next presenter is honored scholar, PhD candidate in management at Ibn Khaldun University, Turkey, Brother Abu Bakr Mbo. Welcome, Brother Abu Bakr, and the floor is yours.
Here at Istanbul Sabahattin University, though virtually, where I did my master's program in international finance and participation banking. Today, I'm here to present on my paper, which was a joint paper that I did with my former professor, Associate Professor Dr. Ensari Ujel, on the topic Bank Selection, a measure of the religious sensitivity of retail banking customers in the Gambia. So the outline of my presentation will be as follows: introduction, then literature review, then we look at the research methodology, then empirical findings, conclusion, recommendations, limitations of the research, and we're also going to look at areas for future research on this topic. So to give a general preview, the essence of this paper was to look at the factors that affect customers when they select bank in the Gambia. And most importantly, what is the role of faith or religion in this process? So on the introduction, we understand from conventional finance that risk and returns are defined as the basis for financial decisions. But over the recent years, we have also come to notice that that doesn't explain everything in terms of finance. The effect of faith has become a very important determinant in our financial decisions. That's why customers are no longer only looking at high returns, which is basically materialistic in nature in banking, but also products that are in conformity with their religious belief. This was said by Ula 2014. In the Gambia, a country where the financial sector dominates, or the banking sector dominates the financial sector, as in many other developing countries, contributing up to around 80% of the total assets. This is also a country that has 12 commercial banks, out of which one is an Islamic bank. And the population is made of 2.3 million approximately, of which 95% are Muslim, and the remaining 5% are Christian. So in such an environment where religion or faith is very much important in the everyday life of the populates, so we tend to ask, does this influence of religion also applies when it comes to finance, especially in terms of banking? So when we look at that, we came with two basic research questions. The first research question has to do with the relationship, what relationship in terms of correlations exist between religiosity, that is the level of one's religiosity, how religious one is, measured in terms of a religious index and the type of bank that somebody select. The bank be an Islamic bank, a commercial bank, or some people might even choose to bank with both Islamic and commercial bank. And the second research question goes like this: how does religious variables in terms of factors rank in order of importance against other variables of bank selection? Then we move on the literature. This topic of bank selection, I will make a disclaimer that it is a topic which has been well researched, except in the case of Gambia. And the results are mixed. Some factors are important in this country and others are important in another country, others are not important. So I will not bore you much with the literature, but I just list here some papers that actually found religion to be an important factor in customers' banking selection or banking decision. So in addition to these papers, other papers have also found other factors to be important to customers when they choose their banks. And these factors include the quality of service of the bank, the convenience and the technology, the cost of transactions, the perceived quality of the staff, the size and reputation of the bank, recommendation from friends, and the list goes on and on and on. So what was the research methodology used in this research? This was a quantitative research based on primary data collected mainly through a survey. And the data collection was cross-sectional in nature. It was done only on one particular time. And the snowball sampling technique was used, in which key respondents were identified, link to the questionnaire was sent to them, and they were asked to forward to other potential respondents. And this whole process yielded a total of 123 respondents who formed the sample for this work. So let's look at the measurement which was used in this research. In terms of measurement, it was a questionnaire, a survey, as I rightly mentioned. And the survey was divided basically into three parts. The first part comprised of 6 questions that look at demographic details of the respondents, as to their age, their gender, marital status, income level, and so on. Then the second part of the questionnaire also comprised of 6 questions, which aim at measuring how much religious respondents were. And this was the religious commitment inventory adopted from Washington and others in 2012. And the last section from the bulk of the questionnaire comprised of 19 questions, which were basically questions that ask customers different factors and how important those factors were in their banking decision in choosing a bank. And of course, the Likert scale was used from 1 to 5 for section 2 and section 3, in which respondents were asked to rank their agreement or disagreement from 1 to 5, 1 being least agreed and 5 being most agreed. So let's look at the data. What did the data give us? The empirical finding in terms of demographic details, in terms of gender. We know that majority of the respondents were male, making up to 72% of the respondents. In terms of age group, 20 to 29, so these were pretty young respondents, mainly in college or recent graduates, or started job early. Then marital status, most of them were single. Then religious affiliation of respondents, it was mainly Muslim respondents, 94%, and 6% were Christians, and this actually corresponds also with the religious composition of the Gambia being 95% Muslim, so it's fine. In terms of education, they were mostly graduates and they were having incomes of more than $10,000, mainly 200 euros per month. So we move on to answering the research questions. And first, we start with the first research question, which look at the correlations between religiosity and bank selection. So as I mentioned earlier, we use the religiosity index, which was derived, comprising of 6 factors, and we form a composite variable for this one. And the dependent variable was taken to be that index of religiosity, and the independent variable was the variable of choosing bank, which was categoric in nature, being either conventional in Islamic bank or those that choose the bank with both conventional and Islamic bank. And here, when we look at the result of the regression, meaning the model summary, we have a correlation R of 0.237, almost 0.24, which I would say from this point is a very weak correlation. And when we look at the R square, meaning the percentage of variance explained, it was about 5.6%, basically 6% of variance was explained by the choice of bank that a customer actually picks up. So let us look at the second part of the question, research question, the second research question, which looked at the factors that determines the choice of bank that a particular customer takes. So here what we did was to employ a factor analysis that does the good work of reducing sets of variables into groups that are easily manageable. And during the course of the factor analysis, we came up with 4 factors. The first one was convenience and technology. We had a series of variables below it, under it. Then after we have the factor 2, quality of service. Then factor 3, comprised of the Islamic values. Then factor 4, comprised of cost. And the criteria for determining how many factors to be extracted was eigenvalue of greater than 1, as it is commonly used in the literature. And in terms of percentage of variance explained by these 4 factors, it was well above the normal accepted level of 50%. We were able to have an average or a percentage of 73.6%, almost 74% of the variance was explained by these 4 factors. Then Kornberg alpha, I will come to this later. Normally the standard for Kornberg alpha is 0.7 and above, and all of our factors had Kornberg alphas of well above 70%, 88%. So in factor analysis, we also look at basically 2 other measures, Kaiser-Meyer-Oakley measure of sample adequacy, meaning how much adequate is our sample to factor analysis, and the normal standard is 0.7%. We had almost 85% well above the standard. Then Bartlett's test of sphericity was also statistically significant, confirming that our factors, the correlations, is statistically significant from an identity matrix, which also confirmed the suitability of the data for the factor analysis. Then next, what we did was to employ a reliability and validity test. And in that, the first one was the convergent validity test, which is also the reliability test measured in terms of the Kornberg alpha. And as I mentioned earlier, all of our factors had Kornberg alpha's value of more than 0.7%. So they range from 0.88% to 0.84%, 0.84% to 0.88% the other way around, indicating the absence of convergent validity problems as proven by the reliability of the factor. Then we move on to calculate the discriminant validity problem, which looks at the correlation between the factors. So here what we expect is a weak correlation between the factors. So to prove that the factors are mutually exclusive, there is no overlapping of variables. And as we can see in the table, all of the correlations were well below 60 or 70%, which is a good fit and absence of discriminant validity problem. Then next on our methodology, we went on to answering the second research question, which ranked the factors in terms of importance. We employ mean analysis, mean factors, to try to find the mean of different factors. Then, as we can see, the convenience and technology came out on top, being the most important factor affecting customers' banking choice. This was followed by the quality of service. The Islamic value came third, and cost was the least important or the least considered factor when customers choose banks in the Gambia. Then in conclusion, this research didn't find a strong evidence of religiosity determining the choice of bank. So we couldn't find strong evidence of religion being a major factor when customers choose their bank. In the Gambia, despite being a fairly religious society, 95% Islamic. So what can be a possible explanation of this? then we understand that one possible explanation of this result can be the level of education and awareness of Islamic banking and finance services and products within the community. Furthermore, the second part of the analysis focuses on the ranking of factors. This is the second research questions, which customers consider important when choosing a bank. In this, the most important factor was convenience and technology, as it displays a higher mean value than all the other factors. And this factor comprised of variables such as ATM availability, mobile phone and internet banking facilities, and international payment facilities as well. The variables reflecting religion, that is Islamic value, was that only after the quality of service we came out second. This and cost was largely ignored by customers, and a possible explanation why cost was not very much considered by customers is uniformity in the cost of banking across the country. So if all banks are charging the same cost to customers, then cost would not be an important factor because it doesn't make any difference either to bank with bank A or bank B because the cost will still be the same. So what are our recommendations? Banks in the Gambia are therefore encouraged to invest in increasing the ease of their reach in the form of what? Smarter solutions, be it more ATMs in strategic locations, mobile banking or internet banking, as the youthful population is well savvy with technology. So we are calling on banks in the Gambia to take serious considerations when it comes to technology. Technology is moving and it's moving fast, and the youthful population is well savvy with technology, and this is a very important factor when they choose their bank. In terms of the Islamic bank and those aspiring to open an Islamic window, or even the newly to be registered Islamic banks, or even Islamic microfinance as we have been seeing in the Gambia, are encouraged not to depend on their Islamic values to gain an advantage. But in addition to promoting Islamic values, they are also being encouraged to invest in technologies as well. Furthermore, we encourage the Islamic bank, current Islamic bank, to encourage on more awareness campaign so as to explain to customers and potential customers the details and importance of banking in the Islamic way. So we see that the awareness of Islamic banking is not that much high. We suspect that in Gambia. And we are encouraging the Islamic banks in the Gambia and other potential Islamic banks to embark on awareness campaign, teaching campaign, sensitization to explain to the public the principles, the importance, and the benefits of banking in an Islamic way, which is a more ethical way of banking. So what were the limitations that we encountered during the course of our research? One possible limitation is our sample size. We will acknowledge that the sample size is quite small. 123 respondents is quite small for generalizing purpose. And also our sampling method also was non-probable sampling method, snowball sampling. This also posed a limitation to our research. And also the geographic coverage of our research also was another limitation because we only focus on the Greater Banjul area of the Gambia, and this excludes other parts of the country. This was also another geographic biasness in our research. So what are some of the feature areas that can be explored by researchers in this particular topic? The same research can be done again in the Gambia, but it can cover a bigger geographic area, have a bigger sample size. I think that will be more representative, and also a more systematic sampling nature can also be used. In addition, next or similar to this topic also is the factors that influence not customers, not retail customers, but wholesale customers, also known as business enterprises, when they choose their bank in the Gambia. So this can also be a research topic from here. So I think that was all from me. Thank you very much for listening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Adam.
Thank you very much, Brother Babakar. Thank you for your interesting paper and your recommendations that you mentioned here. Since we don't have any questions in this session, let's move to the next honored speaker from Kyrgyzstan, Brother Abdul Rashid Jorayev. He is PhD candidate at Bulgar Islamic Academy. He is certified expert in Islamic finance, head of Sharia Department of Islamic Window, He has experience in Islamic finance industry more than 10 years, and you can consider him as a pioneer, among the pioneers of Islamic finance, introducing in the region of Central Asia. So, Brother Abdul Rashid, the stage is yours. Assalamu alaikum. We cannot hear you well, Brother Abdul Rashid.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على رسوله وأصحابه أجمعين أما بعد. Good morning or good afternoon, dear organizers, dear speakers, dear participants. I would like to express my gratitude to all staff of organization, International Conference on Islamic Economic and Finance, dear distinguished our speakers and participants. So I will be very fast, inshallah. I will try to be fast. So inshallah. So Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. After the session, inshallah, you will be able to gain some insights on Kyrgyzstan experience in developing legal and regulatory infrastructure of Islamic finance, understand the current and future challenges facing Kyrgyz Islamic banking industry. So let me start from history of Kyrgyz Islamic banking industry. Is strongly connected with the history of Kyrgyz Islamic banking industry is strongly connected with the Islamic Development Bank and local commercial bank. The Kyrgyz Republic was the first country in Central Asia to join the IDB in 1993. Despite this early engagement, however, investments by the IDB in Kyrgyzstan have been the lowest among the Central Asia countries. The success attained by Islamic banking industry in Malaysia encourages the Kyrgyz government to introduce Islamic banking industry in 2006. On 16 May 2006, the government of the Kyrgyz Republic, IDB, and local bank, EcoBank, ratified a memorandum of understanding on the introduction of Islamic banking and financing in the Kyrgyz Republic. This agreement opened the doors to new legal framework, which provided on the one of the most advanced legal regulation platform for Islamic financial industry in the CIS region in the following years. So here you can see some major milestone in the development of regulatory and legal infrastructure related to Islamic banking industry. Roughly speaking, Kyrgyzstan has faced three stages. Stage number one, initiating foundations. So it was signed a memorandum, a banking regulation, takaful sukuk regulation. The second one stage, it was from 2013 to 2015, institutional building, activity generation, and market vibrancy. Legislative amendments to allow Islamic window for microfinance institution. The last one, stage number 3, from 2016 until 2019, strategic positioning, international integration. Several measures to ensure a legal framework are accommodative of Islamic finance. So this was by the way, in December 2007, Mustafa bin Hamad, so-called the father of Malaysian's Islamic banking industry, made a presentation for the members of Kyrgyz government on the viability of the Islamic banking system as a second pillar supporting the development of the Kyrgyz economy. In order to carry out on Islamic banking operation, NBKR, Central Bank of Kyrgyz Republic, and Ecobank had developed and approved the package of minimum regulation in a record time, including a statute for financing based on Islamic principles, stating in detail conditions for Islamic banking instruments like Mudaraba, Sharika, Murabaha, Tijara, Tijara Muntahiya Bitamlik, Katfasan, Istisna, and so this was just briefly about history. So nowadays we have 12 non-legal normative legal acts for the Islamic banks and for the banks having an Islamic window, 4 non-normative legal acts for pilot bank, and 14 normative legal acts for non-banking Islamic financial institution, for non-banking financial institution having Islamic window. In addition, we have 4 conventional banks are directed to Islamic banks as well, and 15 non-normative legal acts for conventional non-banking financial institution directed to the non-banking Islamic financial institution. So this you can see banking structure of Kyrgyz Republic. Overview of the Islamic banking sector. So nowadays, current market, we have 3 banks. So one is pilot bank, 3 others have Islamic window, the other have 2 Islamic window, 6 non-banking financial institution, we call it microfinance institution, microcredit institution, credit unions, 1 Ijara company. So you can see here the share of Islamic banking assets. So potential market, yes, almost 80% of the country's micro, small, and medium enterprises have indicated their strong preference for and interest in Islamic banking. So potential market for, so here is forecast of the main indicators of the banking system for 2021. So current and future challenges facing Kyrgyz Islamic banking industry. It is strategical in its strategical document, the main direction of the development of the banking system, Kyrgyz Republic, and for 2018-2021, and BKR Central Bank defined a target indicator for Islamic banking industry development, increase the share of financing based on Islamic principles up to 5% of the total loan portfolio in the banking sector. And BKR declares not only its goal, but also tasks or measures which should be taken in order to reach the goal set. It would not be impossible to analyze some NBKR's tasks or measures from an entire different point of view. In fact, our analysis reveals that some of the task measures have serious weakness. For example, expanding the product line of Islamic banking, several services, and working out issue, creating an issue of Sharia council as a final solution in religious disputes. So currently there is no need for expanding the product line of Islamic banking service because there is already a wide range of products. According to the Kyrgyz banking law, the local financial institution may conduct banking operation based on Islamic principles such as Mudaraba, Sharika, Murabaha, Service Ijara, Ijara, etc., Wadiya, Wadiya Damana, Wakala, subject to the availability of appropriate NBKR license. The real challenge is that local Islamic financial institutions prefer to offer only debt finance debt-based financing products rather than risk-based financing. Those most popular product in Kyrgyz Islamic banking market is Murabaha, cost plus sale. It is inappropriate to assess progress toward Islamic economics ideas only in the commercial practice of Islamic banks, which predominantly debt-based modes of financing. The second challenge is assistance in the process of creating Islamic banks or banks with Islamic window. There is no problem with assistance in the process of creating Islamic banks. The support of creating Islamic windows of conventional financial institutions raise the questions. Over the last few years, 3 conventional financial institutions obtained NBKR's license in order to operate within Islamic window. Another large conventional banking is planning to open Islamic window. In addition, NBKR supplied in the regulations that transforming into a full-fledged Islamic financial institution is allowed only after 1 year experience as Islamic windows. This concept would be acceptable if conventional banks started converting into a full-fledged financial, but it doesn't happen. The question that raises are Islamic banks window owned by conventional banks as serious or passionate about Islamic principles as full-fledged Islamic banks? It is a moot question who would take the lead in propelling the Islamic banking industry to the next level. For example, some scholars like Muniza and Hassan argue that when Section 119 of the Banking and the Financial Institution Act was adapted to open Islamic window in the conventional banks to create more players in the market in the year of 1993, the same legal problems arose as to how Islamic ideologies of Islamic banking can be protected. The root of all legal problems faced by the Islamic bankers today arise from this. So I would like to skip up and go to the conclusion. Despite the fact that Islamic banking industry has emerged in Kyrgyzstan over the last decade, it is still encountering numerous difficulties and challenges. The Kyrgyz Islamic banking industry was underdeveloped, primarily due to the lack of legislative and regulatory support from the government and country's central bank. So NBKR started to make attempts for changing this situation. Evidently, the growth has not come without challenge. If these challenges are correct, identified and met appropriately at the right time, further growth of the industry can be expected. All these challenges should attract the continued strong will and commitment of central bank. Current Islamic banking industry in Kyrgyzstan is facing with a long list of tasks ahead that need to be concluded before it may be elevated to the next level. Unfortunately, the goal seen in NBKR strategy is quantitative. It must be qualitative. For this purpose, NBKR and the banking sector have to change its traditional role and financial and functions aiming only at economic and monetary stability. And the last point, the last view, it is strongly recommended for NBKR to play more active role in establishing full-fledged Sharia-based Islamic banking industry, not Sharia-compliant, dominated by Islamic windows of conventional banks. So this was the last point. If there are some questions, so I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Brother Abdul Rashid, for your interesting presentation and giving insights on the development of Islamic finance industry in Kyrgyzstan. And according to roadmap, I mentioned that by next year, actually, the expectation is to reach 5%, and I think will need a bit more time to reach this target, right? And anyways, so it is quite better and faster growth we can see in Kyrgyzstan compared to neighboring Kazakhstan. And inshallah, in the nearest future, we will overcome even those targets. We'll get better, inshallah. So thank you very much, Brother Abdul Rashid. So our next presenter is expected to be Brother Muhammad Abdul Salam Al-Junaidi, PhD candidate at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, but his family, due to family reasons, he is expecting a baby, so he could not attend himself, so he will be replaced by Brother Ali Idris Abdul Salam. But first of all, would like to congratulate Brother Muhammad for his baby, and we are wishing that he has healthy baby, and barakallah fih, and waj'alhu min ummati Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So Brother Ali Idris Abdul Salam, PhD candidate from in Islamic finance from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. So the stage is yours. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you, Dr. Adam, for your introduction. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, we can hear.
All right, then hold on a second. Yes. All right. Can you see the presentation right now? Sorry for because I've just downloaded the program. That's why I'm just a bit in panic.
Yes, no problem.
So, can you see it now?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. First thing, I would like to thank you, Dr. Adam, and I would like also to thank Sabahattin Zaim University as well as the conference organizer for giving me this opportunity to present this paper today, which is related to the financial stability of Islamic versus conventional banks in Turkey. So in the outline of this presentation, I will start by giving brief information about introduction, by giving a brief information of the introduction, objective of the study, the importance of the study. Then I will move forward into financial stability and its measurement by definition of financial stabilities. Then show the banking stability concept, show also the empirical results review of previous studies, also measurement of banking stability. Then I will move to cover the methodology and data as well as empirical results, covering both descriptive as well as statistic and regression analysis. Then I will finish the presentation by going into conclusion. So by starting the introduction, financial stability has become an important, So financial stability has become an important indicator for So financial stability has become an important indicator for the sustainability of banks in general, either conventional bank or Islamic bank, especially in the time of financial crisis, as well as a sign for efficiency in the distribution of financial and economic resources. It's also worth mentioning that Islamic banks have shown more flexibility during and after past global financial crisis compared to some other conventional banks. Then we'll come to the research objective. What's the objective of this research? This research mainly to check whether Turkish Islamic banks are more stable or less stable than Turkish conventional banks, in order to investigate the risks of depreciation of Turkish lira and its impact on the stability of Turkish banks. Importance of the study. The importance of this study lies in the fact that it comes a decade after the global financial crisis, and That's also after nearly 20 years of the Turkish economic reform. So what is the financial stability and what is our measurement? The academic financial literature highlights two well-known opinions that attempt actually to define the financial stability from two different perspectives. The first perspective, those are representative of the first opinion, prefer to address the concept of financial instability, while the other opinion, those who are representing the second opinion, who are choosing to address the concept of financial stability. So we have two opinions here. Some, they addresses the instability of the concept of financial instability, and the other addresses the concept of financial stability. Among the first opinion, those who addresses the concept of financial stability, we have some studies such as Chinazi in 2004, Davis 2003, and Michigan 1999. We can criticize those definitions because they only were indicating in their folds a signal to financial crisis, while others who's presenting the second opinion and choose to address the concept of financial stability, even though they address the concept of financial stability, however, this opinion is still a narrow concept, so it does not take into consideration the relationship between financial and real sector in the economy. Therefore, financial stability may be described as a situation where resources are employed and the main activity of the financial sector are focused on just serving the real or productive sector. Then we come to the banking stability concept. As a result of being financial intermediaries, it has been known that banks are more vulnerable to problems related to asymmetric information, which in turn drives banks to be exposed to ethical risks and negative choices. Therefore, the situation may impose on the bank at least two difficult options to obtain a necessary liquidity. So the bank will face either one of two difficult options that are available to the bank. Either the bank will sell assets at lower price than the market price, or the bank will be forced to borrow from another banks. So another case might also arise, which is known as banking panic, because the inability of the insolvent bank to obtain funds, while the depositor at that period, at that time, withdraw their fund from the bank. For example, in the case of the credit crunch 2008, which was due to the excessive practices in mortgage loans. It can be concluded and it can be said that not only the banking system can be a signal to financial resources allocation by directing those resources toward investment or even consumption, but also the financial stability of banks is a function of an efficient management of the financial resources that's available to the bank by taking into the account the number of some factors. Some of those factors are liquidity factors, the risk of information asymmetry, and moral risk resulting from the consumer's behavior that appear after the implementation of the contract. So those are the factors must be taken into consideration. And indeed, Professor Kahf, as yes.
Please continue, just 5 minutes left.
All right. I'll try to be. So, Professor Kahf, indeed, Professor Kahf and IFCSP is the chief of finance to supporting only the circulation of goods and protection process and not to debt servicing. IFSP report were to some degree affected by, but nevertheless, they were able to maintain financial stability. So those are some empirical results, review from previous study, and some of the factors must be taken into consideration. And indeed, Professor Kahf, as yes. and you can see their main findings. I will just jump to the main findings of Rajihi and Hisari. What the main findings stated that Islamic banks were more financially, the opposite of what we have in this case. Small Islamic banks had low degree of financial stability compared to other banks. The measurement of bank stability, we have used two methods, a qualitative method, which is easy, simple, straightforward one, and the quantitative method based on the indicator financial soundness. Bayer's indicator is a fundamental variable that shows that follows the several independent variables to measure the risk of single bank exposed to bankruptcy. It must be taken into consideration that both of these methods measure the management of performance and taken into the account the contract differences between Islamic bank and commercial bank. Methodology and data indicator bank stability, we use the Z score. Again, the K as the total equity of the total assets, mu as denote the return on asset. They take into consideration bank specific factors such as the size of bank, profitability controlled by return assets, and took some other macroeconomic factors that has been used in a previous study, such as inflation, growth rate, exchange rate, and interest rate. So as you can see, this is the modeling that has been used in the survey, and the data and sampling. The sample of the study consists of commercial bank operating in Pakistan due to the lack of sufficient information, and also bank register at retail and consumer bank also has been also excluded due to the expected difference of operational activity of this bank from the rest of the commercial bank. I'll jump into the empirical results. The empirical results we have here. So as we can see, the Z score for the commercial, the mean of the Z score for the commercial bank higher than the Islamic bank, which is an indicator, the essential indicator that the conventional bank is much more stable or is more financially stable than the commercial. Again, this is the conventional bank and Islamic bank that the t-test differences in means. Z score again here is positive. So that's mean is much higher or much more stable than Islamic bank. Again, this is the regression analysis, and we can actually say that the results indicate that the Islamic banks are less financially stable than the conventional bank. And interestingly, if we look at the bank size, the relation between the bank size and financial stability of the bank is a negative relationship. Thus, it seems that the regulator, the size of the bank, and the greater the size of the bank is the greater operational risk, and consequently the lower financial stability. And I'll come to the conclusion, there's a positive or significant effects of capitalization and significant negative effect of non-loans to a gross loan on the financial stability of the banks. The result demonstrates a significant negative impact on points is that capitalization may be affected directly or indirectly by the decrease in Turkish currency. Finally, the study realized that some limitation and empirically, therefore, study can be even further with models. These variables maybe include the level of banks, which is challenging to quantify, but can lead to a better result of financial stability of the bank in Turkey. This is what I have today. Sorry if you take some more time. Thank you again, Dr. Adam, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Brother Idris, Ali Idris. It's a really interesting study. And thank you very much for all of all, since there are no questions I'm receiving from the followers. Thank you very much for sharing your research findings, your insights, your useful ideas and recommendations. And thank you very much for all the participants again. So all the followers for joining our session, and hopefully all of you enjoyed the session, and I did, mashallah. Barakallah fikum. So let's conclude the session at this point, and thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world, and organized by esteemed institutions. For the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of three great empires, a city that embraces two continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values, and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue.
Yeah, what happened? The sound is not coming.
I do not know. Arkadaşlar ne oldu? Okay, assalamu alaikum, welcome everyone. So this is the first keynote speech in the afternoon of the fourth day of the conference on Islamic economics and finance. And we have Professor Tarikullah Khan with us today. First, I will briefly introduce him, and then he will give his speech on healing ecology through economy, post-COVID-19 challenges and opportunities of Islamic economic, finance and economy. So Prof. Tarikullah Khan joined Hamad bin Khalifa University in 2009. He is a professor and coordinator of the College of Islamic Studies, Islamic Finance Program, and he is also a member of the colleague's executive committee. Previously, he worked in the Islamic Development Bank, IRTI, since 1984 in different academic and managerial positions. Lastly, as the division chief of Islamic Banking and Finance, officiating division chief Islamic Economics and Development Cooperation, and was editor of the Islamic Economic Studies Journal. He initiated and implemented a number of global strategic initiatives for the development of Islamic finance. He worked in a number of international advisory teams and working groups concerning the development of Islamic financial services. He has contributed with over 25 highly cited research papers in different areas of Islamic finance and developed a number of international flagship conferences in these areas. He has twice been elected president of the International Association for Islamic Economy. So welcome, Prof, for today's speech. The floor is yours, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Our colleagues and friends who are at the campus and those who are watching this in distance and those who will watch it later on, if time allows. I want to speak about a theme which is directly emerging from the COVID-19 catastrophe, and which I call as healing ecology through economy. So this is actually what we call as the pivot, which is the central theme of any dialogue, any initiative. So I will be talking about it, why we need this, what is it, and then how to implement it. Of course, this is a short lecture, but this is the central point I want to discuss with you, my ideas. First of all, COVID-19 catastrophe, human cost is really catastrophic, and we share our sympathies with those who suffered and our appreciations for the front line health workers. As for the consequence of the COVID-19, all of us know that there has been a global sudden stop. This is a brief of the flow of funds in an economy, and because of COVID-19, each level was stopped, closed completely, which never happened before in history. Even in the Great Depression, this thing never happened. So as a result, the 2020 estimates for the GDP losses globally is $9 trillion US, which is 11% of the existing GDP. And for 2021 is $6 trillion US, which would be 8% of the reduced GDP. And the chart here shows that most of the economies will be having negative growth, whereas the world average is minus 7.7. Actually, the major economies are above the world average. So basically, that is the economic situation. And then poverty, because of the COVID-19, the poverty estimates are that pre-COVID-19 to after COVID-19, at least it is estimated that another 100 million people will be moving into the extreme poor. So the question arises, why pandemics happen? And this is very simple. Man, in its interaction with the ecology, exceeding natural boundaries. Pandemics are caused by the economic, especially monetary and fiscal policy, and the system which these policies promote. Here is a statement. Actually, I have to read it, so I have to move this screen somewhere. I just copied it. These are scientists. They are saying that there is a single species that is responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic, which is us human beings. As with the climate and biodiversity crisis, recent pandemics are a direct consequence of human activity, particularly our global financial and economic system, based on a limited paradigm that prizes economic growth at any cost. We have a small window of opportunity in overcoming the challenges of the current crisis to avoid sowing seeds for the future. So this is the statement of 4 or 5 scientists working together. Pandemics and its relationship with monetary and fiscal policy. If we look at the history of economic policy, then from my point of view, these are the 3 most important economists whose works are interrelated. Hotelling, his work, The Economics of Exhaustible Resources, published in 1931. Coase, his work on the problem of social cost, published in 1960. And Pigou, his very famous The Economics of Welfare, Oxford University Press, 1932. So what do they say actually? Hotelling says, for natural resource not to be extracted, that is for a tree not to be cut and sold in the market, it must grow at a rate higher than the rate of interest. If it is not growing more than higher than the rate of interest, it has to be changed into cash and put in a bank account. Whereas Coase says that optimal solution to, because this will, the argument of hotelling will create external diseconomies, and Coase made a very serious argument which says that optimal solution to externalities is bargaining between the parties, and actually the transaction cost of this bargaining in our economies will be extremely high. So therefore, it is simplified by, with the help of the Coase theorem, the Pigou tax theorem. Revenues from tax can offset cost of externalities. So putting these 3 theorems together, what we have, the economic system, economic policies, monetary policy, fiscal policy, banking regulation, BIS standards, all of these are actually within this context of these 3 theorems. So the problem with these theorems is that natural resources through the banking and financial system should be transformed into man-made resources. The problem here is that they totally ignore ecological footprint in doing that. And the current trend is that even if there is an ecological footprint, then the tax revenues will compensate for it. So this is the crux of the matter. The most serious reform measures are based on this philosophy that we have to do the economic activity, and if there's anything happening to ecology, then the tax revenues will compensate for it. So the argument which we are making, and those scientists which I showed to you before, the argument is that when we destroy ecology, the tax revenues are basically useless. So that theorem and those policies, this is the consequence: financialization, financial assets far exceeding real sector. In 2017, I calculated that the world GDP, and then the global financial assets, and then the global derivatives, if you can see these, it shows that the world GDP was 78 trillion, world derivatives were something 500 trillion, and world financial assets 300 trillion. This is the result of that, those Hotelling theorem and cost and other policies, put them together. The financial system has assumed, you can see here, the actual GDP, the real economy, for that year was 78 trillion, which is about 9% of the financial, the rest of this donut. So as a result of that, what we have is waste in land and water, CO2 emissions, poaching, poverty, pandemics, financial crises, disasters, injustices, and inequalities. This is what we have. So what should be the response of the Islamic economics and finance? Of course, we have to revert to the Quran, to the book of wisdom, to look at what has happened. And here is a verse. There are so many wisdom, there are so many verses there in the Quran that I only was able to put here some of them. Here is one, Surah Ar-Rum, Ayah 41. And basically what it says is that corruption has appeared throughout the land and sea by reason of what the hands of people have earned. So Allah may let them taste part of the consequence of what they have done, which is the pandemic in this particular case. Perhaps they will return to righteousness. So is a test which this ayah directly talks about it, that so that we can get lesson out of it. Here is another one. What is our relationship with earth? And this is Surah Hud, verse 61. Allah brought you into being from earth and made you dwell in it. Therefore ask forgiveness of him, then turn to him. Surely my Lord is very answering. So basically our relationship with earth, of course we don't say Mother Earth, but this is what it actually implies, that we are from earth and we have to have that type of relationship with earth. And here is what the role of human being on earth is: the vicegerent of Allah. The human being is the vicegerent of Allah. And as a vicegerent of Allah, we have to have a universal balance, mizan. And in Surah Ar-Rahman, there's a lot of wisdom there, which is about the heaven he raised and imposed the balance. It's about cosmic balance, and that you not transgress within the balance. So basically it is the cosmology as well as the internal equilibrium of creation, biological, nutritional, functional, etc. life-sustaining elements, capacity and environment of the planet, air, water, energy, rotational balance, circularity of nature, water cycle, oxygen cycle, and carbon cycle, food cycle, photosynthesis, demographic equilibrium, families, and future generations, that all of this and much more, putting them together, would be what we can call as universal balance, which from my point of view, is a good translation of Mizan. This is what we are expected to do. So if we translate the concept of Mizan into ecological preconditions, then this is the list which is most apparent for the sake of making it short. There has to be zero waste, zero emissions, zero deforestation, zero poaching, zero riba interest, zero foreclosures, and compassion. And this will lead to an economy which is based on nature and which will be circular in its nature. So what does nature-based mean? Actually, nature-based means it is very simple. If you look at all the key natural laws, the water cycle, the carbon cycle, the oxygen cycle, the marine food cycle, all of this, in this process, nature doesn't waste. Water, not a single drop of water has been wasted by nature over the billions of years of Earth. So can we derive a lesson from this attribute of nature which doesn't waste? Can we have an economic system focused on zero waste? Basically, that's what the idea of a nature-based economic system means. So what should we do to have a nature-based economic system? The first thing comes to mind is individual lifestyle reform. And what has happened, the great lockdown has given us an opportunity to practice a lifestyle of moderation. There is a scientific evidence emerging that because of the great lockdown, at least the ecology has been healing. So here is an interesting thing which about my personal life, but I don't bother to share it with you. This is very interesting. You can use it to do it for yourself. Global Footprint Network. This network will ask you some questions and will give you a result. What is your footprint on the ecology? So I did it in February 25 for myself. And the result was that if everybody in the world has to live like my lifestyle, we need 6.6 Earths, not one Earth. So to be in one Earth, I am not fit in there. I need 6.6 Earths to be. And I repeated the same on February and on June 15. So when I did that, it deleted these 3 half and 2 full Earth from me because I was not traveling and I'm not using my car. I'm not going out eating, and for all those reasons, my footprint on ecology has reduced, but still it is 4 Earth. Meaning by that, basically what's the problem with here is that our houses in the desert are using a lot of energy. Because of that, the footprint of the people living in these regions on ecology is very strong. So the second point, so we need lifestyle change basically to do it. The second point is what do we need to do? Second point is nature-based, circular, impactful businesses. The businesses should be impactful. Impactful means catering to this. Business should not create waste. Business should not emit CO2. Business does not lead to deforestation, should not do poaching, should not deal with riba, should not be in foreclosures, should be compassion-based. There has to be criteria like this for the businesses too. For right now, such a criteria for the businesses does not exist. So this is the second thing which we need to do to establish a nature-based, or at least closer to nature-based economy. And the third thing, so if we do this, implement this type of criteria, will not the nature-based, circular, and impactful business criteria increase the cost of doing business? And the answer is yes, it will increase the cost of doing business, and then we have to tackle it with shared responsibility. What does shared responsibility mean? So the third point which I'm making is that we need to create, I gave it a name to distinguish it from the existing interest-based free loans. I call it massive interest-free loans for SMEs. Actually, this is what is happening worldwide. Trillions of dollars are being pushed into the market to help especially the SME sector to confront the liquidity crisis. But we have to create it on permanent basis. So this can be done by shared responsibility. This is a core point. So how we can create massive interest-free loans for SMEs? We have Islamic social finance, and we have Islamic banks. Right now, they go to different directions. So what we need to do is that bring them together. They should blend their resources, and in that blending, the cost of finance on behalf of SMEs can be paid by the social finance as grants, and the financing can come from Islamic banks. So this type of cooperation will create a lot of subsidized financing for SMEs. The impactful SMEs will get cost-free finance, or at least subsidized finance. So just for the sake of example, if cost of finance is 4%, $1 million social finance grant will generate $25 million cost-free financing for the SMEs. So social finance and Islamic finance working together can create a large-scale subsidized financing for SMEs who conform to the ecological criteria. But it has also wider applications. The same can be done for low-cost housing and other needy sectors of the economy. The fourth point is replace foreclosure with forbearance. Right now, there's this foreclosure, but in Islamic finance, we have forbearance if there's a problem. So this is another shared responsibility point. This is what we do. When a person becomes sick, society collectively takes care. This is what we learned from the COVID-19, and of course, from our cultural values and civilizational responsibility. Then when a person becomes sick, the society collectively takes care. Likewise, when an impactful, responsible business becomes sick, it deserves similar treatment instead of foreclosure. We have to collective responsibility by Islamic banks and the social finance to deserve the same treatment of sympathy. In distress, impactful businesses should receive more patronage and supervision and support instead of foreclosure. So the fifth point is that this cannot be done without a consensus between the regulators, social finance, and Islamic finance to create the massive interest-free loans and to agree on impactful business criteria and to also agree on forbearance. we need a consensus between regulators, social finance, and Islamic banks. Otherwise, it will not work. So, what do we need to do? This is number 6. We need transformative pedagogy at all levels of Bloom's taxonomy and educational segments. Actually, right now we don't teach ecology or ecological economy in our Islamic economics and finance programs. We really need to offer courses on ecological, Islamic economy and finance, and then we can discuss those courses at all levels of the Bloom's taxonomy, which will, of course, have a lot of impact on our thought processes and intellectual and policy development and professional development. In fact, what is going on in the job market is that new and most wanted employment category, I am very active in looking in the employment for economists category. So this type of professionals who can have ecological understanding and mixing it with economics and finance, there is a great demand. In fact, wherever there is an employment opportunity for economists, there's a requirement. So I am calling it actually is economist instead of the traditional economists. They are getting out of the market. The traditional economists are getting out of the market. So we have to prepare our students into the young generation into this new economic trend. What do we need to do? This is number 7, multidisciplinary research and multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research at all hierarchical levels. In the bottom of it, we have products and services for the financial contracts and the financial services which financial sector is providing. These must conform to this new idea of ecological based economy. Knowledge, information, and Sharia advisory level. So, as I said, in our university knowledge programs, as well as in training and other programs, there's a lot of need for these new ideas. In information, a lot of need for data on this type of new thinking, and the Sharia advisory has also to look at it. The best practice standards at national level, right now, the IOFI standards, the IFSB standards, these are far from the new realities, actually. National legal and policy support level, global, all these are very important new areas of research. And I was very happy that some of these issues have been discussed in the conference in different papers, especially the paper from Indonesia about West Bank, and one of the papers from one of my students, Fato Baji, blended finance for circular paddy production, and other papers like that actually fit into this area. And this is the area which we need to develop for policy support and educational development. Number 8, what we need to do, responding and adopting the emerging global initiatives where relevant. Actually, what I am talking about is at the heart of the global initiatives. Adopting technological advancement in all fields, we can reduce carbon emission. This is very much obvious that the battery storage, the solar storage batteries have reduced the cost of solar, and it is becoming almost, in many places, it is becoming free, for example. We can, here, there is a lot of sensors have been put in different places for water consumption. So zero waste and zero emissions is very much possible through using technology. Responsible banking, responsible investment, responsible insurance. There are principles already adopted in the UN on this, value-based intermediation in Malaysia, UN climate finance initiatives, circular economy transmission initiatives, net zero initiatives, SDGs, ESGs. All of this actually are very much supportive of the ideas which I am sharing with you. So we can benefit from them. So coming to this final points, studying nature-based economies, a new paradigm driven by ecological concerns is indeed emerging. The new discipline shall be distanced from the discipline of economics and the new profession from the profession of economist. To heal ecology through economy, join me to consider taking the first step and introducing two new dictionary words. This is economics, which I am suggesting, so that we can study economy in relationship with ecology instead of human behavior, which economics is discussing, greedy human behavior. And the profession will be so that we can study, become expert of the economy's problems in relation to ecology instead of discussing human behavior in a greedy environment. So my conclusion is that a post-COVID-19 new suggested framework for Islamic economics and finance is nature-based Islamic ecological circular economy, which is the study of the Islamic economy within the natural boundaries of ecology. The time is to offer undergraduate, master's, and PhD courses on this particular subject. Finally, I want to thank IZU, Sabahattin Zaimi University, and Islamic Development Bank, Islamic Research and Training Institute, and the International Association for Islamic Economics, and my own university, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and the other esteemed organization who supported this particular conference, which is one of the most prestigious conferences. And at the same time, I am humbled to say my thanks to Professor Bulut, with whom we have been in direct contact for this conference. And if I don't mention the name of Dr. Chachi, who has been in contact with me for this conference for the last almost 4 years, it would not be justice. So thank you very much, Sister Zainab. That was my presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor. Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. Our dear audience, now we will have soon our second keynote speech for today, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Monsarkaf. The issue will be again about COVID-19. Yeah, yes, Professor.
It is in the same room? This is the same number?
No, we will have another one, but for the audience, it does not matter. They will continue to watch from the same place.
Okay, so sorry, I don't know how I will attend this. You are moderating that also?
Yeah, I will continue with that.
Okay.
So yes, you're welcome. For our audience, soon we will continue with Professor Muzarkaf's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. The same team.
You're welcome.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tamam. Tamam, sağ olun. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We are back with our second keynote speech for today, which will be presented by Prof. Monzar Haf. I will briefly introduce him first, then he will give his speech, which has the title of the COVID-19 economic crisis, a double wake-up call in finance. So this will be our second speech actually today, which will be about COVID-19. Professor Dr. Monzar Haf is a Syrian-American professor of Islamic economics and finance. He received his PhD in economics from University of Utah in 1975. He has made significant contributions to Islamic economics and finance. His contributions include being a collaborating expert at the Islamic Fiqh Academy, IMF consultant on Islamic finance, and resource person for islamonline.net and on Islam. Dr. Monzar also served as the head of research in IRTI IDB, a senior research economist, director of finance in the Islamic Society of North America, and a few other positions. He is the author of 35 books, more than 75 published articles, and scores of conference and encyclopedia entries on Awqaf, Zakat, Islamic finance and banking, and other areas of Islamic economics. He is currently a faculty member at the Department of Islamic Economics and Finance in Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. So welcome, Prof. Monzar. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Hafsa. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa salatu wa salamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. My topic is simple and rather I should say very simple. I am going to talk about what is the wake-up call that this economic crisis gave us in relation to the finance activities in the world, all over the world as a matter of fact, and what Islamic finance has to do with it. So, of course, after Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, the little thing about the economic crisis that is we expect shrinking in GDP in most developed countries. It may be up to 30%, not only for 1 year, but for even a few years after it. This year and probably coming to extend for several years after it. Then we have a level of unemployment that is unprecedented even in the crisis of 1929. It's over 22 million unemployed in the United States alone. The vulnerable classes have suffered a lot and have went to the bare minimum, and a large increase in the number also of vulnerable, economically vulnerable people. We woke up with the COVID-19 crisis and we found that we don't have adequate or enough medical supply, hospital services, and medical research. We are short on them. The supply chain of food in the most advanced, largest economy in the world has broken. So the chain of food has broken in America. Bankruptcy of retailers, companies as old as more than 100 years old declared bankruptcy. Companies of decades services declared bankruptcy, like DC Penny in America, like Hertz, car rental, and several others. Let alone the smaller companies that we don't talk about them. These are in the hundreds and thousands. High and further soaring prices of medicine, medical supplies, and medical services. One corona case cost in one of the hospitals in Seattle, $1.1 million. The bill came with $1.1 million for spending 20 or 30 days in the hospital. Unbelievable cost. The very soaring prices of medicine and medical services, soaring prices of food, spread of hunger inside the United States, let alone other countries, high rate of death among the wise and the experienced, those who are above 65, those who have gained a lot of experience and they have a lot to offer, high rate of death among them. Millennials, it is said that the millennials will be the least lucky generation in America. They are reaching the job market and finding no job opportunities and no income, no future. All these, why did it happen? Why it is, where is the problem and where did it start? The problem started by dragging financial resources into non-productive activities. Instead of producing food and medicine and medical supply, we have traded options. We have placed, depending on the estimation, the modest estimation of the International Bank of Settlement is in the $600 trillion, but some estimations go up to $1,200 trillion are invested in options and other derivatives. The market value of exchange listed company is 2 to 3 times double the real value of these companies. We have invested 78 trillion in these in the market value of equity, yet the price of these companies is less than a third of what has been invested in it. The cryptocurrencies, we invested about $500 billion in it. And all these investments do not produce medicine, do not produce medical supplies, do not produce food, do not produce goods for consumers, for the welfare of a human being. The bubbles and the meltdown of bubbles that we witnessed, more than one bubble and melting down then later, whether in the prices of housing or in the dot-com bubble a few years before that, all these bubbles and the meltdown means that we have used our resources in the wrong place. What is needed is to come back to senses. Add to it the huge number of human resources that we have invested in these non-productive activities, non-productive investment, non-productive research. Instead of medical research, we made research on the future changes of interest rate and in the future securitization of debts and future rates of discounting. We needed research in medical supplies. We needed research in food production. We needed research in these areas, but instead we have used our human resources, our intellect in making researches in things that when the meltdown comes, they show that they are in reality nothing that relates to human welfare in any sense. Securitization and discounting of debts do not create value. Changing the creditor or the debtor from X to Y or from Z to L does not really change anything in the welfare of a human being. What is needed is a wake up. We need to produce medical supplies, food, manufactured goods, and the like. There is a need to bring all such resources back to the real economy of production and trade and exchange. Only Islamic finance can do that. Islamic finance requires that all financial resources can only be channeled through sale of real goods, lease of real assets, or sharing of creating new projects in cooperation with others. This is the wake-up call for the finance sector in the world economy. We needed to change. We need to take the lesson from Islamic finance to make all the activities of financial institutions going only through sale, lease, and sharing without assigning any resources to fake assets or to fake transactions, to speculation that raises the prices of equities and other things. The second wake-up call comes down to home, comes down to Islamic finance. Here I am going to talk about three areas: the market penetration of Islamic finance, the invoking our Islamic ethics in Islamic finance, and rethinking the what we call the Islamic social finance. The crisis, or this crisis rather, ascertains that Islamic finance is on the right track. More than ever, by insisting on offering finance only to real market activities and refraining from financing any illusionary items such as options and futures or cryptocurrency, refraining from harmful items such as tobacco and liquor, refraining from speculative transactions such as trading indices in their extreme form, or the contract for difference. All these are not part of Islamic finance. We stay away from them. We do not accept them. We reject them as non-acceptable. Refraining from all non-productive activities such as debt discounting or equity speculation. This ascertaining was very important that we are on the right track. We are doing right in Islamic finance. We call on all financial intermediaries and financial institutions in the world to take the example of Islamic finance. The wake-up call in that there is really economic sense at time of crisis to invoke into activity the verse number 280 of the surah number 2 in the Quran that talks about debt payment moratorium. We need, at the time of crisis, debt moratorium. We need debt payment moratorium in Islamic finance and in finance in the whole world. I call on the Muslim countries, all Muslim governments, Muslim majority governments should impose a moratorium on debt payment for 6 months. It is a shame on some Katilim participatory and Islamic banks that some of them ask their customers to make tawarruq in order to make payment, that is rescheduling actually the debt with increment. in violation and in clear contrast with the verse 280 of the Quran, of the surah number 2 in the Quran, that we give time for people who are under debt until it becomes possible for them to make their payment. So we need to give time. We need to impose moratorium on debt, not to reschedule debts with increment. Whether through tawarruq or through interest, it is the same. Shame on some Islamic banks that ask their customers to do that, and on IDB if it does that, and definitely it should not do that all. It is a wake-up call also to revise our understanding of Islamic social finance. The prevailing ideas of awqaf and zakah turn out to be insufficient and inadequate to achieve their own proudly stated objectives. We always say that the objective of zakah is to redistribute wealth and income, is to take care of the people who are unfortunate in their economic destiny. We always claim that, but when we look at our definition of zakah and our application in the world of today of zakah, we find it really deficient, inadequate, and insufficient to take care of poverty in normal days, let alone at times of crisis. The same way awqaf. The first awqaf that was created on the advice of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was an awqaf for the poor and needy, created by Umar when he asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he created his waqf. It was a poor and needy waqf. So we need to come back in our concept of waqf, instead of being only mosques and only places of worship, to be for social activities, for social relief, for relieving the poor and needy, for elimination of poverty. This is the main objective of awqaf, and this is where it should be focusing. So in both awqaf and zakah, we have a lot of deficiency. What is needed in matters of zakah, our pretended claims, which is very important, and it is indicated in the verses of the Quran itself, that zakah aims at redistribution of wealth and income. So we need really to make it effective. To make zakah effective, we need a reform in our understanding of zakah. First, we need zakah to be enforced by law. It is not a voluntary payment to the poor. It is a duty, an obligation, a requirement on the poor, on the rich, to help the poor and to share his wealth and his income with the poor. So zakah need to be enforced by law in all Muslim countries. We need not to exempt the fundamental wealth of the wealthy from zakah. We need to revise our fiqh so that the zakah becomes effective for fulfilling its objective in eradication of poverty and in avoiding concentration of wealth and income, in redistribution of wealth and income. To make it effective, we need to revise our fiqh. According to our present fiqh today, these zakah proceed cannot be more than less than 0.5% of GDP in any Muslim country. The reality is that we are exempting the rich because we exempt all investment fixed assets. building, factories, refineries, hotels, all these properties are exempt from zakah because we apply the ideas of fiqh that were generated more 1,000 years ago when there were no such kinds of wealth. We apply it to a situation where we have different kind of wealth, and this is where we need to revise our fiqh to make zakah effective. For awqaf, we need to again to look at our important and very valuable claims that awqaf is make an infrastructure for charity. The default objective of awqaf is social help to the poor and needy. Our ancestors left us a lot of awqaf properties that we left neglected. We should not do that. What we need that to reform our existing practices of awqaf, and that actually reduce them to ineffective. Most our awqaf are either mosques or blank lands that is not utilized. The corrupt management and the meager return of awqaf, the meager proceeds of awqaf make awqaf very negligible. So we need a reform also in our awqaf. There is a need for outside of the box, fresh thinking of zakah and awqaf. Zakatable items should be revised so that the rich among us will pay zakah instead of being exempt from zakah. We need legal enforcement of zakat to be required by law. We need efficient non-governmental management of zakah and of awqaf properties to be managed by the third sector, not by the government that showed actually its inability and ineffective management of awqaf. We need a big change in both awqaf and zakah. And with that, I thank you very much and thank all my audience. And also I thank the organizers of this conference, the 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. And thank you also, Dr. Hafsa. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Thanks a lot, Professor, for your presentation in which you try to explain us briefly from which aspects this last pandemic could help us to see actually from which aspects we can improve the situation in Islamic finance especially. Thanks for that. Now, dear audience, we have actually finished today's keynote speeches. Our program will continue with parallel sessions. As far as I remember, they will start at 4 o'clock. So we will have a short break now. Thanks for attending. Thanks for listening us.
Thank you. Assalamu
alaikum.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, CESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, CESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. CESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. CESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. CESRIC, thus, plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, CESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, CESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and CESRIC as facilitator. CESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, CESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, CESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future. A future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals,
University in the City of Civilizations, Istanbul. from proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am Director of İstanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty
منور والله. هي عم الرقابه الشرعيه دخلت على الدائري، العمليه داخله كده جامد.
والله هذا تنظيم من الاخر. حولوها خير ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله.
معلش.
الله يبارك لك يا دكتور.
الله يفتح عليك.
نبدأ الآن. هل أبدأ الآن؟
نعم أستاذ.
أبدأ؟
أخ وليد. يا وليد.
نعم أستاذ. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
أستاذ أعتذر منك، ممكن تنتظر ثواني فقط؟
طيب اديني خبر، قول لي ابدأ أو لا. الله ينور عليك. ده السبب.
أوكي.
أنت قلت 10 ثواني.
اوكي اعتذر منك استاذ، حصل خطا فني.
ولا يهمك. قول لي بس، قول لي اوكي خلاص. قول لي ابدا خلاص.
اوكي. Nasıl yapıyoruz şimdi? Nasıl yapıyoruz? Ses gelmiyorsa oraya. Oraya nasıl ses gelmiyor?
Ses. Sizde olabilir mi ses?
Bizde değil abi, ben kontrol ettim sesi buradan. Ses kesinlikle burada değil. İkisi de sana yönlendirilmiş durumda. Hem Zoom'dan hem şeyden. Değiştirme için sen kim geleceksin? Ben o sunum aşamasına yardımcı olacağım. Yani gelirim. Şu sorunu çözeyim. Ne oldu abi? Oldu mu? Çünkü biz buraya hiçbir şey değiştirmedik. Biraz kayabilir misin Muhammed?
Tamam.
İlk kim gelecek ben
Söyleyeyim mi ben? Yayına girsin mi?
Estağfurullah. Sesi mi açtın?
Yayına girsin mi şimdi?
Hazır mı? İlk yayıncımız kim şey?
ساعة ونص الجلسة.
طيب يعني ربع
ساعة.
ساعة.
يمكن البدء.
أبدأ؟
أيوة.
أبدأ.
أجل. Başlıyor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه وبعد. بنرحب بحضراتكم في مؤتمر الثاني عشر للاقتصاد والتمويل الإسلامي الذي ينعقد بجامعة اسطنبول صباح الدين زعيم، وهو ينعقد إلكترونيا للظروف التي تعيشها الأمة من خلال أزمة كورونا. واليوم الله معنا نخبة من الباحثين، عندنا 6 ورقات علمية تتناول موضوعات مهمة جدا. التركيز إن شاء الله هيكون على الاقتصاد الدائري، وأيضا عندنا ورقة عن المخاطر أو التدقيق الشرعي، وورقة عن مشكلة الائتمان العقاري. بصفة عامة إن شاء الله أنا برحب بالسادة الباحثين وأثمن جهودهم على ما قدموه في هذا المؤتمر، وإن شاء الله سنبدأ مباشرة بالورقة الأولى، وهي معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي ودوره في تحقيق أبعاد التنمية المستدامة، دراسة حالة بعض محطات معالجة المياه المستعملة للجزائر. مقدم الورقة الأستاذ وليد حماش، وحقيقة هي الموضوعات دي مهمة لأن العالم الآن يتجه نحو الاقتصاد الأخضر، فنترك له الحديث إن شاء الله في حدود 15 دقيقة، ونتمنى له إن شاء الله التوفيق. تفضل يا أستاذ وليد.
إذن شكرا أستاذي الكريم. إذن بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. أتشرف اليوم بالمداخلة في الملتقى الدولي الثاني عشر للاقتصاد الإسلامي وللمالية والاقتصاد الإسلامي والتنمية المستدامة. المداخلة كانت في المحور المتعلق بالاقتصاد الدائري أو الإيكونومي سيركيلار. إذن بالنسبة للمداخلة راح نحاول اني نبارطاجي المداخله. اذا هل المداخله الان على جميع الزملاء حملت المداخله؟ اذا قلت بالنسبه للمداخله اللي كانت في المحور المتعلق بالاقتصاد الدائري، بالنسبة لعنوان المداخلة كان أولا، إذن قبل ما نبدأ في المداخلة إذن أرحب بزملائي الأساتذة من جميع جامعات العالم. وبالنسبة للمداخلة كانت تحت عنوان معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي والصناعي ودوره في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة، دراسة حالة بعض محطات معالجة المياه المستعملة في الجزائر. المداخلة كانت من إعداد مجموعة من الأساتذة اللي هو الأستاذ حماش وليد والأستاذ والدكتور طالبي رياض والدكتور ياسين شراد الذي هو كذلك معنا الآن. ونحن مجموعة من الأساتذة من جامعة سطيف وكلية العلوم الاقتصادية والتجارية وعلوم التسيير جامعة سطيف 1 الجزائر. إذن قلنا بالنسبة للمداخلة ولا قبل ما نهضر على المداخلة نهضر على الاقتصاد الدائري أو الإيكونومي سيركيلار. الاقتصاد الدائري وهو اقتصاد يتحدث بصفة عامة عن ما يسمى بالإيكو بارك أو وجود علاقة دائرية بين مدخلات ومخرجات العمليات الإنتاجية والاستهلاكية. وجاء الاقتصاد الدائري في إطار ما يسمى بالتنمية المستدامة، التي هي عبارة عن تنمية اقتصادية اجتماعية بيئية تهدف للحد من الآثار البيئية الناجمة عن النشاطات الاقتصادية والصناعية للدول. بالنسبة للنفايات، لما نهضر عن النفايات تأخذ 3 أشكال مختلفة. فيه الشكل الصلب اللي هي النفايات الصلبة، فيه الشكل السائل، وفيه الشكل الغازي. إذا النفايات مش غير النفايات الصلبة، لأنه التدوير عادة ما لما نهضروا على التدوير بالنسبة للنفايات الصلبة اللي هو تدوير البلاستيك، الحديد، وكل المعادن والله المواد التي المواد اللي هي قابلة للتدوير. لكن بالنسبة للمياه كذلك، فالمياه هي عنصر أساسي وموجودة سواء بالنسبة للجانب الاستهلاك المنزلي اللي هو الصرف الصحي، ولا حتى المياه المستعملة في الأنشطة الصناعية، خاصة تلك الأنشطة التي تستهلك كميات كبيرة من المياه. إذن بالنسبة للمداخلة راح نبدأ أولا في المقدمة. إذن بالنسبة للمقدمة إن النمو المتزايد لعدد السكان وتغير الأنماط المعيشية أدى إلى ارتفاع نسبة استهلاك المياه، حيث يعتبر الماء من الموارد الأكثر استهلاكا في العالم. ورغم أن الماء يشكل 70% من مساحة الأرض، إلا أن الصالح منه للاستعمال لا يمثل إلا 3%، مما جعل الحكومات في العالم وصانعي القرار يوجهون اهتمامهم للحفاظ على هذا المورد. واتخذت عدة دول إجراءات وتدابير، منها ما هو متعلق بتحلية مياه البحر، ومنها ما هو متعلق بإعادة معالجة المياه المستعملة التي قد تفوق كمية المياه المستغلة. وفي الجزائر نتيجة لقلة الموارد المائية توجهت نحو إنشاء محطات لمعالجة مياه الصرف الصحي من أجل إعادة استعمالها، خاصة في الجانب الزراعي، وكذا حماية السدود والمسطحات المائية من التلوث. إشكالية الورقة البحثية جاءت كما يلي: ما مدى مساهمة محطات معالجة المياه المستعملة في حماية الثروة المائية، وإلى أي مدى يمكن أن تستغل هذه المياه المستعملة في تحقيق أبعاد التنمية المستدامة. الفرضيات، زوج فرضيات درناها من هذه الورقة البحثية. الفرضية الأولى: تعتبر المياه المستعملة مصدر مهم للنهوض بالقطاع الزراعي في الجزائر وخاصة زراعة الأعلاف. والفرضية الثانية: تساهم محطات المعالجة في حماية البيئة من التلوث الناجم عن المياه الملوثة. تم تقسيم البحث إلى 3 محاور رئيسية. المحور الأول راح نهضر على ماهية النفايات السائلة أو مياه الصرف الصحي والتنمية المستدامة كمدخل تعريفي. والمحور الثاني راح نتحدث على آليات وطرق معالجة المياه المستعملة اللي راح نتعرف من خلالها على 4 طرق تستعمل ومعروفة لمعالجة المياه المستعملة. وفي المحور الثالث راح نحضر على معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي في الجزائر، ومن خلال هذا المحور راح نتطرق على بعض الحالات أو اللي كاينين في الجزائر اللي من خلالهم تم تثمين مياه الصرف الصحي، واللي توجهت واللي أعطت عوائد اقتصادية، كان عندها عوائد اقتصادية اجتماعية وبيئية للمجتمع. إذا أول حاجة راح نعرف بمياه الصرف الصحي. إذا مياه الصرف الصحي تحتوي على مجموعة من المخلفات والنفايات ذات المصادر المختلفة الطبيعية المتباينة. بعضها يحتوي على المعادن الثقيلة والنفايات الخطيرة التي يمكن أن تتراكم في المياه الجوفية وتظهر نتائجها على الإنسان والحيوان والنبات. وبعضها الآخر يحتوي على الأصبغة ومخلفات المدبغات تحتوي على نفايات، منها نفايات خطرة مثل النترات، الزرنيخ، الرصاص، الكاديوم والبروم، الكروم، والمذيبات العضوية والمواد البتروكيماوية وملوثات في ذات تأثير سام ومسرطن إذا تجاوزت الحدود المسموح بها. أما الصرف الصحي أو المياه العذبة هي عبارة عن مخلفات سائلة ناتجة عن أنشطة الإنسان المختلفة، سواء كانت المنزلية أو التجارية أو المؤسسية أو الصناعية، بحيث يتم تجميعها من خلال شبكة من الأنابيب والغاز لتصل إلى نقطة تجميع محددة للبدء بعملية المعالجة، وتسمى هذه النقطة بمحطة معالجة المياه. بالنسبة لأهمية معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي، عندها عدة فوائد هذه المعالجة، منها ما هو متعلق بالبيئة، منها ما هو متعلق بالإنسان، ومنها ما هو متعلق بالمناخ على كل. إذن أولا حماية البيئة من التلوث المتوقع حدوثه نتيجة صرف هذه المياه، بحيث بما قد تحتويه من سموم وجراثيم ومواد غير متحللة ذات تأثير تراكمي، وما قد يتخلف عنه من مخاطر صحية وبيئية وتلويث مصادر المياه السطحية والجوفية والأوساط الإحيائية ثانيا الحفاظ على سلامة المعالجة البيولوجية في محطات معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي. احنا نعرف دائما أنه محطات معالجة الصرف الصحي تحتوي على مواد تحتوي على كائنات بيولوجية هي التي تقوم بعملية التحليل. لذلك فمعالجة الصرف الصحي المسبق التي تقوم بها خاصة المؤسسات الصناعية التي تطرح بعض المواد الكيميائية راح تحمي المحطات النهائية أو المحطات التابعة للدولة التي تعالج مياه الصرف الصحي. كذلك توفير استخدام المياه النقية للاستهلاك العام وحفظ موارد المياه النقية واستخدامها من أجل الري والزراعة. كذلك أن تخفيض أن مياه الصرف الصناعي لهنا كاين نوعين من مياه الصرف، كاين مياه الصرف الصحي ومياه الصرف الصناعي، وتعتبر مياه الصرف الصناعي هي الأخطر لأنها تحتوي دائما على مواد كيميائية تؤثر على البيئة بشكل كبير والمسطحات المائية والبحار إلى غير ذلك. لذلك فمعالجة هذه المياه معالجة منفصلة ونوعية وصولا إلى مياه ذات مواصفات قياسية، بحيث لا تصب هذه المياه في شبكات صرف صحي، ومن ثم وبالتالي تضمن مجموعة من الشروط التي تؤدي إلى أنها في الأخير لا تؤثر على محطات الصرف الصحي، أنها لا تتسبب في زيادة تحميل محطات المعالجة، وكذلك لا يكون لها تأثير سلبي على الحياة النباتية. بالنسبة للتلوث الناجم عن المياه المستعملة، نعرف أن الماء يمثل أكثر من 70% من مساحة الكرة الأرضية، حيث يبلغ حوالي 296 مليون مليون ميل مكعب من المياه. ومن هنا تبدو أهمية المياه، حيث أنها مصدر من مصادر الحياة على سطح الأرض، فينبغي صيانتها وكذلك الحفاظ عليها والحفاظ على النظام الإيكولوجي للأرض. والمياه الصرف الصحي تساعد مياه الصرف الصحي على انتشار الميكروبات ومسببات الأمراض، مما يؤثر سلبا على صحة الإنسان وزيادة احتمالية إصابته بالأمراض المستعصية، حيث تسبب البكتيريا الموجودة في مياه الصرف الصحي العديد من الأمراض كالتهاب الأمعاء وتقرحات الأمعاء الدقيقة، الكوليرا، التيفويد إلى غير ذلك من الأمراض. وكذلك تؤثر هذه المياه على الكائنات الحية المائية من خلال حدوث العفن في المياه وانتشار الروائح الكريهة وحدوث اختلال في التنوع الحيوي والبيولوجي.
بقي 5 دقائق يا أستاذ وليد.
النقطة الثانية، إذا راح نحاول نسرع شوي. بالنسبة للنقطة الثانية تتحدث عن التنمية المستدامة. نعرف التنمية المستدامة هي تنمية اقتصادية اجتماعية بيئية، وجاء تعريف التنمية المستدامة من خلال تقرير مستقبلنا المشترك الذي عرفها على أنها التنمية التي تلبي احتياجات الأجيال القادمة الأجيال الحالية دون المساس بحاجيات الأجيال المستقبلية. راح نروح مباشرة إلى المحور الثاني اللي هو آليات معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي. هناك 4 آليات لمعالجة مياه الصرف الصحي. فيه المعالجة الابتدائية، وهي معالجة نقدر نسموها معالجة ميكانيكية، حيث يتم من خلالها فرز النفايات الصلبة والأتربة إلى غير ذلك. المعالجة الثانية، إذا قلنا المعالجة الابتدائية اللي هي معالجة كيميائية، المعالجة الثانية هي المعالجة البيولوجية أو الحيوية، والتي من خلالها يتم استعمال مجموعة من البكتيريات الهوائية واللاهوائية، والتي تقوم بتحليل تلك المواد العضوية الموجودة في مياه الصرف الصحي والتقليل من آثارها، وكذلك ترسيب تلك المواد العضوية. المعالجة الثالثة أو الطريقة الثالثة لمعالجة مياه الصرف الصحي هي المعالجة الكيميائية من خلال مجموعة من المواد الكيميائية نذكرها باختصار. الطريقة الأولى هي ضبط الرقم الهيدروجيني أو المعادلة من خلال سواء يكون حمضي ولا قاعدي. الطريقة الثانية هي نزع الأمونيا. الثالثة التخلص من الفينول. الرابعة الاختزال، طريقة تكسير السيانيد إلى كربون ونيتروجين. الأكسدة الكيميائية، التخثير والترويج. كاين طرق واحدة أخرى اللي هي طريقة الفلترة، وهنا هي طرق حديثة كطريقة الفلاتر الميكروية أو النانو فلتراسيون، وكذلك الطريقة التكنولوجيا الجديدة اللي هي نانو طريقة الغشاء الإحليلي أو ما تسمى بالأوسموسينتيز، وهي طريقة تستعمل كذلك لتحلية مياه البحر للمستعمل للشرب. وكذلك هناك طريقة واحدة أخرى هي طريقة التعقيم. نروح مباشرة إلى حالة الجزائر ومعالجة مياه الصرف الصحي في الجزائر. راح من خلال هذه النقطة، إذا بدون ما نروح نهضر على حالة الصرف الصحي في الجزائر اللي هي عرفت تطورا كبير خلال السنوات الأخيرة، خاصة من خلال البرامج الخماسية التي أقرتها الجزائر منذ 1999 نتيجة ارتفاع أسعار البترول، ومما عاد بالتحسن الحياة المعيشية للسكان. وهذا البرامج هذه جاءت أولا من خلال تطوير شبكات التطهير ومحطات المعالجة، حيث أن شبكات التطهير كما نلاحظ في الشكل من 1999 حتى 2016 انتقلت من 20 كيلومتر إلى 50 كيلومتر كشبكات للصرف الصحي. كذلك ارتفعت عدد المحطات المعالجة من 1990 التي كانت تقريبا 12 محطة بقدرة استيعابية لا تتجاوز 90 مليون متر مكعب إلى 177 محطة بقدرة تصفية تصل إلى 805 مليون متر مكعب. كذلك الآفاق 2020 كانت بإنجاز 69 محطة أخرى ليصل العدد الإجمالي للمحطات المعالجه في الجزائر الى 270 محطه بقدره تصل الى 1300 مليون متر مكعب في السنه. النقطة الثالثة الدراسات الاستراتيجية اللي وضعتها الجزائر في لقطاع الصرف الصحي واللي كانت بالشراكة مع الاتحاد الأوروبي، وتضمنت 3 نقاط. النقطة الأولى هي المخطط الوطني لتطوير التطهير، والنقطة الثانية اللي هي استراتيجية وطنية للصرف الصحي في المناطق الريفية، والنقطة الثالثة اللي هي دراسة التوليد المشترك وهو استعمال محطات تصفية المياه لتوليد الكهرباء، وراح نشوفوها في الحالات الثلاث اللي راح نشوفوها في النقطة الرابعة. بالنسبة لتثمين المخرجات راح نطلب فقط دقيقتين إضافيتين لأنه ما بقاليش بزاف. بالنسبة للنقطة الرابعة اللي هي تثمين مخرجات عملية معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي، عندنا تقريبا ثلاث طرق ولا 3 مخرجات ممكن ان تساهم محطات الصرف الصحي في انتاجها. عندنا لو تشوفوا الشكل انه محطه الصرف الصحي والله مياه الصرف الصحي تتوجه الى محطه المعالجه. محطه المعالجه راح تفصل هذه المخرجات الى مخرجات الاوحال ومخرجات المياه. المياه توجه عاده الى السقي الزراعي بعد المعالجه تاعها، اما مخرجات الاوحال فعندها عندها عندها 2 زوج استعمالات، يا اما تستعمل كاسمده عضويه زراعيه او تستعمل في انتاج الطاقه الحيويه والطاقه النظيفيه اللي هي البيوغاز. راح نطلب دقيقتين فقط استاذ، يعني
لا دقيقتين، لا احنا نريد ان نلتزم بالوقت للجميع لان عندنا يعني انا حضرتك 15 دقيقة تكفي تعطي فيها ما تريد. لو فتحنا الباب لن ننتهي كرئيس جلسة.
كم بقي لي من الوقت استاذ؟
انا اعطيك دقيقة واحدة، انت الان انتهيت وقتك. اعطيك دقيقة واحدة تلخص ما تريد ان تقول.
اذا شكرا استاذ. اذا قلنا بالنسبة للتثمين قلنا عندنا التثمين الزراعي والتثمين الطاقوي. بالنسبة للتثمين الطاقوي هو انتاج ما يسمى بالبيوغاز او غاز الميثان، اللي هنا في الشكل رقم 3 يعطينا كيفية استخراج الغاز اللي هو عبارة عن بروسيس شيميك، وراح تعطينا في الاخير الغاز هذا الغاز عنده مجموعه من الخصائص وطرق استعماله والعوائد، وهذا الغاز هو غاز نظيف يعني يعتبر من الطاقات النظيفه. من بين المحطات التي تستعمل لاستخراج الغاز النظيف عندنا محطه عنابه اللي تقريبا يعادل انتاجها اليومي حوالي 22.18 كيلو جول من الغاز، وعندنا محطة الكرمة بوهران كذلك الإنتاج تاعها تقريبا في الشهر حوالي في الشهر حوالي 216 ألف نارومتر مكعب من الغاز الطبيعي. التثمين الفلاحي أو تثمين الحماء واستعمالها
أستاذ وليد الوقت الآن يعني يكفي هذا.
راح أروح للخاتمة
أنا أعطيتك دقيقة، لا أعطيتك دقيقة لعرض، قلت لك أعطي النهاية بتاعتها. حتى أنا أريد يعني أنا رئيس الجلسة الآن وأريد أن ننتهي بهذا الوضع. يعني حقيقة
إذا كخاتمة للورقة البحثية، إذا قلنا أنه
أنا أعطيتك دقيقة لكي تعرض ما تريد أن تقوله في النهاية، لكن أنت دخلت في قصة أخرى. أعطيني النهاية حتى ننتهي يا أخي الكريم.
إذا الخاتمة إذا نظرا لما تعانيه الجزائر من نقص الموارد المائية
أعطي الخلاصة في نصف دقيقة، لك 30 ثانية فقط، لن أعطي أكثر من ذلك. 30 ثانية.
إذا بالنسبة للمياه الصرف الصحي هي مياه والله في اطار الاقتصاد الدائري، هي مياه يمكن استغلالها لتحقيق ابعاد التنميه المستدامه. الابعاد الاقتصاديه من خلال تثمين المخرجات سواء استعمالها كاسمده او استعمال المياه في الساقي او استعمالها لانتاج الطاقه الحيويه. الجوانب البيئيه انه لما نقوم بعمليه مياه الصرف الصحي راح نحمي المسطحات المائيه، الوديان، البحار، السدود راح نحميها، وكذلك نحمي المياه الجوفيه. الجانب الصحي او الجانب الاجتماعي انه محطات المعالجه تحمي السكان وتحمي الافراد من الامراض التي المتعلقه.
اشكرك استاذ وليد.
شكرا استاذ
شكرا جزيلا على ورقتك.
على كرم اسرائكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
احنا يعني هي ورقه حقيقه ورقه مهمه، وحقيقه نحن محتاجون لهذه الاشياء، خاصه انتم عارفين ان العالم مقبل على ازمه مياه. انا لا اريد ان اعلق كثيرا، انا سانتقل مباشره الى الورقه الثانيه حتى احافظ على وقت الجلسه. الورقه الثانيه متعلقه بموضوع متطلبات اعتماد الاقتصاد الدائري كمدخل للتنميه المستدامه، عرض نماذج ايضا للاستاذ الاستاذه بوسعادة سعيدة. أهلا وسهلا بحضرتك، وإن شاء الله نعطي لحضرتك أيضا وقتك 15 دقيقة، أرجو حضرتك التزام بالوقت كعادة.
أهلا أستاذ، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أتوجه أولا بالشكر إلى الهيئات المنظمة لهذا الملتقى، كما أن الشكر موصول للزملاء الأساتذة الذين يرافقوننا في هذه الجلسة، وإلى السيد مدير الجلسة طبعا. أرجو من الأستاذ الذي سبقني أن يغلق البارتاج حتى أتمكن من عرض الشاشة تاعي. أيوه، جيد جيد جيد. كما هو معلوم أن ورقتي تندرج ضمن المحور الثامن لأشغال الملتقى، وهي معنونة بمتطلبات اعتماد الاقتصاد الدائري كمدخل للتنمية المستدامة، عرض لنماذج رائدة ارتأيت أن تكون للاتحاد الأوروبي. وبالتالي مما لا شك فيه أن عالمنا أو بيئتنا لولا جائحة كورونا لكانت كارثة عليها، أين وجدت متنفسا إذ تعاني من عدة مشاكل، في مقدمتها مشكلة إدارة النفايات، مشكلة التلوث البيئي، ومشكلة استنزاف الموارد. وبالتالي فإن هذه الممارسات التي نتجت على الأنظمة الصناعية المنتهجة عالميا، أستطيع القول لدى كل دول العالم، أدت إلى عدة مشاكل. وبالتالي برزت فكرة التفكير في أنظمة اقتصادية بديلة. من بين هذه الأنظمة الاقتصادية البديلة كان النظام الدائري والنظام التشاركي. من هذا المنطلق ارتأيت أن تكون ورقتي منصبة على الإضاءة على متطلبات التحول من النظام السائد اللي هو النظام الخطي إلى النظام الدائري. من أجل ماذا؟ من أجل تحقيق تنمية مستدامة شاملة. وارتأيت أن تكون هناك مقاربة إحصائية انصبت بطبيعة الحال على الاتحاد الأوروبي كنموذج، ولكن لن تتوقف على الاتحاد الأوروبي فقط، لأن الإحصائيات عندما توضع لا تكون لها دلالة إلا إذا قورنت بإحصائيات أخرى لمناطق أخرى أو كتب أخرى. وبالتالي فإن محتوى الورقة ارتأيت أن أقسمه إلى مقاربتين. مقاربة أولى مقاربة نظرية تناولت فيها مفاهيم عن الاقتصاد الدائري، دواعي التحول، المؤشرات، المبادئ إلى آخره. والمقاربة الثانية هي مقاربة أو منظور إحصائي للاقتصاد الدائري في الاتحاد الأوروبي. وبطبيعة الحال سوف نخرج من خلال ذلك إلى نتائج وتوصيات. إذا أتينا إلى الوقوف على مفهوم الاقتصاد الدائري، يمكن القول بصفة عامة دون الخوض في مختلف التعاريف التي تناولت، يمكن أن أقول بأن النظام الاقتصادي هو أولاً نظام صناعي صديق للبيئة. ثانياً هو نظام مبني على فكرتين أساسيتين. الفكرة الأولى تركز على إمكانية استخدام النفايات كموارد، أي هنا جانب الاستخدام. أما الفكرة الثانية فتنطوي على ضرورة فصل النمو عن استخدام الموارد، يعني النمو لا يبقى دائما متعلق بالموارد. يمكن القول أيضا أن الاقتصاد الدائري أيضا من خصائصه أن السلع في إطاره تكون قابلة للتجديد والاستخدام لعدة مرات ضمن حلقة دائرية تكون فيها تغذية عكسية. مش معنى التغذية العكسية أنه النفايات تصبح هي الموارد، وهذا يقود بطبيعة الحال إلى الاستخدام الأكثر فعالية، وهذا يصب كله في التنمية المستدامة الشاملة من خلال ترشيد الموارد وحفظ حق الأجيال القادمة في الموارد. نجي إلى دواعي التحول إلى الاقتصاد الدائري. لعل أول شيء يعني يخطر على البال عندما نقول لماذا نتحول من الاقتصاد الخطي إلى الاقتصاد الدائري هو المزايا التي يقدمها الاقتصاد الدائري. لعل من أهم المزايا التي يقدمها الاقتصاد الدائري أولاً تعزيز الكفاءة البيئية، تقليل حجم الانبعاثات، تقليل النفايات، الاعتماد على أنظمة إنتاجية صديقة للبيئة، اعتماد استخدام المواد في إنتاج أكثر من مرة مما ينعكس على تخفيض التكاليف، زيادة الشعور بالمسؤولية تجاه البيئة، تجاه المجتمع، تجاه الأجيال القادمة إلى غير ذلك. خلق فرص وظيفية جديدة من خلال تعظيم استخدامات الموارد، تقليل الخسائر وتعظيم القيمة، تعزيز التعاون في كافة مجالات الاقتصاد، خلق أسواق وصناعات جديدة، انخفاض المخاطر المتعلقة بالعرض وتقلبات أسعار المواد الطبيعية، ولعل الصدمة البترولية الأخيرة أكبر دليل على ذلك. حماية الموارد الطبيعية والتقليل من خطر نضوبها. نأتي إلى نقطة أخرى، تكلمنا عن المزايا، نتكلم الآن عن ما هي نقاط القوة، نقاط الضعف، الفرص، التحديات التي يقدمها هذا النظام الصناعي الجديد اللي هو الاقتصاد الدائري. إذا وقفنا على نقاط القوة نجد أنه أولا يمنح ميزة تنافسية من خلال استعادة النفايات. اثنين، أنه عندما نزيل النفايات من سلسلة القيمة يحد من التكاليف المباشرة ويخفض من الاعتماد على المواد، هذه نقاط قوة. نمو الاقتصاد في ظروف أقل عرضة لتقلبات أسعار المواد الأولية. انخفاض استهلاك المواد الأولية يحد من تأثر مخرجاتها بالمؤثرات الخارجية. دفع عجلة التقدم خاصة إذا اعتمدنا هذا الاقتصاد الدائري في مراحل البحث والتطوير، أين تكون المخرجات أكثر جودة. إذا وقفنا على نقاط الضعف في الجهة المقابلة نجد أنه ما زال بحاجة إلى إدماج. اثنين، أنه لا توجد إرشادات محددة للقطاعات عن كيفية تمثيل الاقتصاد الدائري. ثلاثة، لا يوجد لحد الآن معايير معترف بها لتنظيم هذا القطاع. ثلاثة، لا يوجد لحد الآن نظام قانوني خاص بالاقتصاد الدائري، يعني مازال في مرحلة التكوين. لا يزال الرأي العام حول هنا التوعية والإعلام، لا يزال الرأي العام حول الاقتصاد الدائري غير فعال، كما نفتقر إلى حملات التسويق الاجتماعي اللي تنصب على الطرق كيف نقول حنايا ترشيد الاستهلاك. لا تزال الاستثمارات الخاصة بالاقتصاد الدائري من أجل تقديمه كنظام غير كافية لحد الآن. أما إذا نظرنا إلى الفرص والتحديات نجد أولا كفرصة يقدمها الاقتصاد الدائري أنه ينقذ المليارات من الدولارات ويقلل من مستوى المدخلات اللازمة، أن نشر النموذج الدائري في المنتجات التكنولوجية يؤدي إلى ضمان الوصول إلى مواد أفضل وأجود وأقل سعرا، أن تطوير الخبرات في مواجهة التحديات القانونية والميكانيكية والتشغيلية التي يتطلبها الاقتصاد الدائري يتيح فرصا ويفتح آفاقا واسعة أمام مكاتب الدراسات. أما التحديات، أولا إذا كانت المنظمات قادرة على التحكم في دورة حياة المنتجات كاملة فيمكنها بسهولة دعم الأنشطة التي قد تسبب ارتفاع الأسعار وإنتاج منتجات رديئة. إذا كان المنتجون قادرون على إدارة النفايات والمنتجات التي ينتجونها فقد يكون من الصعب استفادة المنظمات الأخرى من النفايات ضمن اقتصادية السلم. يمكن أن تسبب إدارة دورة الحياة الكاملة للمنتج والتعاون القوي في تشكيل هياكل كارتل النفايات. يمكن أن تؤدي الاضطرابات المالية التدريجية أو المتسلسلة في النظام إلى نتائج وخيمة للقطاع المتراكم. هذا فقط لنقف على دواعي التحول. أما فيما يخص مبادئ الاقتصاد الدائري فكلها تصب في الدورانية، في استخدام النفايات، في الفعالية في استخدام الموارد، في التفكير الشمولي يعني مش راح نفسر هنا كثير، نخليها بعد باش نربح شوية وقت. عن الأولوية التفكير في المستقبل، خلق المنفعة المتبادلة. نجيبك إلى مؤشرات القياس. المؤشرات التي اعتمدتها لقياس الاقتصاد الدائري هي المؤشرات التي حددتها المفوضية الأوروبية، حيث قسمت هذه المؤشرات إلى مجموعتين. المجموعة الأولى هي مؤشرات الاستخدام، وهي تشتمل على 3 مجموعات اللي هي مؤشرات الإنتاج والاستهلاك، مؤشرات إدارة النفايات، ومؤشرات المواد الخام الثانوية. والمجموعة الثانية من المؤشرات هي مؤشرات التنافسية والابتكار، وهي مؤشرات قيام النظام الاقتصادي الدائري. وبالتالي الدراسة أو المقاربة الإحصائية التي اعتمدتها ستنصب على هذه المؤشرات، حيث كما سبق وأشرت قسمتها إلى مجموعتين: مؤشرات الاستخدام ومؤشرات القيام أو هي البنى التحتية. عندنا إذا أتينا إلى المجموعة الأولى من المؤشرات وهي مؤشرات الإنتاج والاستهلاك، ماذا نلاحظ؟ نلاحظ أولا زيادة إنتاج النفايات في الاتحاد الأوروبي لسببين. السبب الأول هو زيادة الإنتاج، زيادة السكان، والسبب الثاني هو تغير أنماط الاستهلاك. 2، يعتبر قطاع البناء هو القطاع الأكثر توليدا للنفايات بنسبة تتراوح بين 30 و 35%. يليها قطاع الصناعات الاستخراجية بنسبة
في أحد يدخل على الخط؟
أيوة.
لماذا؟
بنسبة تتراوح بين 20 و 25%. وثالثا حل قطاع المنازل، وهذا سيظهر في المنحنى التالي. عندنا النفايات المعدنية الصلبة تشكل أكبر نسبة من النفايات المتواجدة في الاتحاد الأوروبي بنسبة تقارب 80%، والنفايات القابلة للتدوير لا تقدر نسبتها إلى 10% كما هو موضح في الشكل. من الشكل نلاحظ أن أكثر النفايات هي نفايات اللي باللون الأخضر هي نفايات البناء، تليها نفايات الاستخراجية، ثم نفايات المنازل، هذه اللي أكبر نسبة من النفايات المتولدة. نجيبك إلى تحليل المجموعة الثانية من المؤشرات اللي هي مؤشرات إدارة
سعيدة، بقي لك 5 دقائق فقط
إن شاء الله.
حتى
قريبا سأتي. أنا في النهاية
إن شاء الله.
تحليل مؤشرات إدارة النفايات، زيادة توجه الاتحاد الأوروبي نحو الاقتصاد الدائري من خلال تزايد معدلات تدوير النفايات. يعني هذا الوسمو سجل نقلة نوعية إذ ارتفع نسبة 20.8% في سنة 2010 إلى 41% سنة 2016. يعني هنا نقدر نقول أن الاتحاد الأوروبي نجح نوعا ما في إدارة النفايات. كخصوصية النرويج والسويد هما اللتان سجلتا أكبر معدلات تدوير. أن نسبة استرداد نفايات الهدم كانت ب 90%، شيء جيد. فيما يخص إعادة تدوير نفايات التغليف وهي المشكلة العظمى اللي هي نفايات استهلاك البلاستيك ونفايات خشبية إلى آخره، نجد أن إيرلندا وإيطاليا من الدول الأوروبية التي حققت أعلى معدلات استرداد، حيث كانت نسبة استرداد النفايات البلاستيكية 42%، وحققت ليتوانيا ثاني قفزة نوعية بنسبة 74% في 2017، تليها سلوفانيا ب 60% إلى غير ذلك. وكانت الدنمارك فيما يخص النفايات الخشبية كانت نفايات الدنمارك استرجعت 40% في سنة 2017. نأتي إلى المجموعة الثالثة من المحور الأول اللي هو تحليل مؤشرات المواد الخام الثانوية. عندنا في هذا المؤشر عندنا اثنان. المؤشر الأول هو معدل استخدام المواد الدائرية. نجد أن هذا المعدل مستقر تقريبا بين 9 و11 في طول فترة الدراسة التي اعتمدتها من 2008 إلى 2018، وهو يعني معدل نقدر نقول شوية ضعيف. أن هولندا احتلت المرتبة الأولى أوروبية في معدل إعادة المواد الدائرية، وأظن أن هناك زميل معنا يعني كانت الورقة تاعو منصبة كلية على التجربة الهولندية على شركة دي اس ام قلنا اللي تمكنت منها هولندا من استرجاع 30%، تليها فرنسا ب 19%. عندنا المؤشر الثالث اللي هو التجارة في المواد الخام القابلة للاستثمار في المجموعة هذه الثالثة. وش نلاحظ أنه عندنا الواردات داخل الاتحاد الأوروبي الممثلة باللون الأخضر، يعني هناك ارتفاع. الاتجاه العام هو التزايد رغم أنه كان تذبذب وانخفاض في سنة 2009. عندنا بالنسبة للواردات خارج الاتحاد الأوروبي مستقرة نوعا ما، وهذا يعني اكتفاء الاتحاد الأوروبي، يعني فيما بين التبادل راه بين الاتحاد الأوروبي فقط، الخارجي قليل. نفس الشيء نلاحظ أنه الصادرات خارج الاتحاد الأوروبي هناك تذبذب ما بين الارتفاع والانخفاض. يعني هناك أرقام سأحاول أن أختصر وأتركها للمناقشة. نروح مباشرة إلى المحور الثاني من المؤشرات اللي هي مؤشرات قيام النظام الدائري أو الاقتصاد الدائري. في هذه المؤشرات وش نلقى؟
بقي دقيقتين أستاذة سعيدة.
نعم. نجد مؤشرات
دقيقتين،
يعني أهم شيء هو هذا.
بقي دقيقة.
نعم. إذا يتطلب الانتقال للاقتصاد الدائري الاستثمار في شيئين اللي هو الابتكار ودعم القاعدة الصناعية.
ما هو أنتم كباحثين الواجب نركزوا الأهم.
لا ده الأهم، دي آخر حاجة. ده الأهم.
طيب أمامك دقيقتين إن شاء الله.
إذا الاتحاد الأوروبي اعتمد استراتيجية معينة خصص فيها مبالغ معينة موجهة في اتجاهين. الاتجاه الأول هو دعم الابتكار براءة الاختراع، والجانب الثاني هو دعم القاعدة الصناعية أو البنى التحتية. وبالتالي عندنا إذا تتبعنا هذا الرسم نلقاو، خلينا نروح مباشرة أنه براءة الاختراع هذه التي كانت في الاتحاد الأوروبي باش تصبح أكثر دلالة لازم نقارنها مع دول أخرى. واش قمت بمقارنتها مع الصين، مع الولايات المتحدة، مع اليابان، مع كوريا الجنوبية. واش لاحظت أنه يعني وضع الاتحاد الأوروبي بصفة عامة بين هذه الدول لا يعتبر سيئا، لكنه إذا قورن بالصين نجد أن الصين قد تفوقت على كل هذه الدول يعني بمراحل، سواء من 2006 إلى غاية 2015. نجي إلى المؤشر الثاني في قيام الاقتصاد الدائري هو الاستثمار في الاقتصاد الدائري، القيمة المضافة والتوظيف. عندنا إلى غاية 2019 بقيت نسبة مساهمة الاقتصاد الدائري في إجمالي الاقتصاد في الاتحاد الأوروبي ضعيفة ومستقرة في 0.98. أنه نسبة الاستثمار بلغت 0.12% وهي نسبة ضعيفة يعني إذا ما قورنت بالصين. لم تتعدى نسبة التوظيف 1.7% من إجمالي حجم العمالة الكلية للاتحاد الأوروبي. نجي إلى النتائج والتوصيات، وأقول في هذا الوجه إذا كان الاتحاد الأوروبي يسعى إلى الريادة وتصميم إنتاج ومنتجات خدماتية دائرية، وفي تمكين المستهلكين لاعتماد أنماط حياة أكثر استدامة وبشكل أفضل، لابد من تجاوز التحديات التالية. التحدي الأول أن يصبح الاقتصاد الدائري هو العمود الفقري للاستراتيجية الصناعية. 2. يجب أن تصبح تقييمات دورة حياة المنتج معيارا، ويجب توسيع إطار التصميم البيئي قدر الإمكان. ينبغي تمكين المستهلكين لاتخاذ قرارات مستنيرة في الاستهلاك. تكثيف جهود دول الاتحاد لتنفيذ تشريعات، وهذا شفناه تحدي، تنفيذ تشريعات لهذا النظام. تنفيذ استراتيجية الاقتصاد الحيوي والطاقة المتجددة. يجب أن يكون الاقتصاد الرقمي الدائري تأثير إيجابي في صافي المواد، وأن يتصدى للتحديات الكبيرة. ختاما، يمكن القول أن الاتحاد الأوروبي قد ساير التوجه العالمي نحو الاقتصاد الدائري باعتباره نموذجا اقتصاديا مستداما، وقد كان خياره كباقي الدول العظمى خيارا استباقيا. إلا أن الحكومات لا تكون دائما هي المبادرة، بل يجب هنا أن تتدخل منظمات الأعمال لدعم هذا النظام وإرسائه وتحقيق ما هو مطلوب منه، وهذا الذي ظهر في آفاق استراتيجية المفوضية الأوروبية لعام 2050، أين كان فيها الاقتصاد الدائري والاقتصاد التشاركي من بين أهم دعائمه. وبالتالي واش لازم علينا؟ وبالتالي فإن الترويج لهذا النهج المشترك على مستوى منظمات الأعمال والمجتمعات والمستهلكين سيؤدي إلى تقليل تكاليف الإنتاج ودعم أشكال جديدة من التفاعل التجاري كالتكافل الصناعي. بالإضافة إلى ذلك فإن الدورانية والاستدامة في الحصول على مصادر المواد الخام واستخدامها ومعالجتها ستكون أساسية لضمان الإمدادات وتكافؤ المنافسة والقيادة العالمية للاتحاد الأوروبي في إنتاج النفايات وتقليل الانبعاثات، مما يعزز التماسك الاجتماعي، والأمر الذي من شأنه أن يحقق نمواً عادلاً ومستداماً. وأشكرك أستاذي الفاضل على صبرك وحلمك.
شكرا يا أستاذة سعيدة، أشكر حضرتك. وبعدين بالذات المرأة بنعطيها طور أكبر في الحياة دلوقتي عشان ما يقولوش إن إحنا متحيزين يعني. فأهلا وسهلا بيك وبأهل الجزائر كلهم حقيقة يعني. دائما أنتم أهل بحث، أهل الجزائر، وهذا معروف عنكم جميعا الحمد لله. ورقتك أيضا ورقة مهمة وحقيقة حينما تعرضت للمزايا والمبادئ وأعطت نوع عملي كدراسة لما يوجد أو المؤشرات اللي حضرتها المفوضية الأوروبية. إن شاء الله حيكون لي تعليق على موضوع الاقتصاد الدائري بس حينما ننتهي من الورق كله. وبشكر حضرتك مرة ثانية على هذا العرض الطيب والورقة الطيبة.
إن شاء الله.
الورقة الثالثة سأدخل فيها مباشرة، وهي بعنوان الاقتصاد الدائري ودوره في صناعة جودة الحياة في الدول، التجربة الهولندية النموذجا، للأستاذ سفيان ابن عبد العزيز. هل هو معنا الأستاذ سفيان؟ الأستاذ سفيان معنا؟ طيب. سأدخل في الورقة التي بعدها، وهي الورقة الرابعة، وهي بعنوان إعادة تدوير النفايات كآلية لحماية البيئة. طبعا الأبحاث كلها الحمد لله من الجزائر موجودة هي، وخاصة في موضوع الجوانب اللي هي متعلقة بالاقتصاد الأخضر كلها في هذا. حسن الطالع اللي هيعطي الورقة الأستاذة هاجر الأخضري، أظن معها الأخت أو الأستاذة لويزا بهاز، ولكن اللي هيلقي الورقة الأستاذة الأخضري هاجر. فتفضلي حضرتك إن شاء الله، معك أيضا 15 دقيقة.
شكرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
أولا هل أنتم تشاهدون العرض؟
موجود يا أستاذة هاجر.
شكرا. أولا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. تحية طيبة للجميع ولك أستاذي. عندنا اليوم مداخلة تحت عنوان إعادة تدوير كآلية لحماية البيئة في الجزائر. سنقوم من خلال هذه الورقة البحثية إلى عرض نموذج إعادة تدوير في الجزائر من خلال الاستراتيجيات التي قدمتها الحكومة الجزائرية، ومن خلال ما تعانيه البيئة الجزائرية من مخلفات المنزلية سواء كانت أو صناعية، وهذا من أجل الحد من التلوث والحفاظ على الموارد الطبيعية والهدر والزوال. وعلى نهج المدخل الكلي قمنا بهذه الدراسة لواقع نشاط إعادة تدوير النفايات في الجزائر وللسياسات التي انتهجتها الحكومة الجزائرية في سبيل النهوض بهذا القطاع والسمو به لتحقيق اقتصاد متوازن ويكرس مبادئ التنمية المستدامة. إذن نقوم بإلقاء نظرة عامة حول واقع النفايات في الجزائر. إن متوسط ما ينتجه الفرد الجزائري يوميا من النفايات يقدر ب 850 غرام من النفايات الصلبة يوميا في اليوم الواحد. وتتكون هذه النفايات الصلبة أغلبها من المواد العضوية ب 62%، وهذا راجع إلى وهذا راجع، نلاحظ أن النفايات العضوية تمثل الجزء الأكبر من بين النفايات الأخرى، وهذا راجع إلى طبيعة الاستهلاك الفرد الجزائري والمعروف بكثرة استهلاكه مثلا لمادة الخبز على سبيل المثال، وهي جزئية من مجموع النفايات العضوية. وتليها مادة البلاستيك ب 12% وهي في المرتبة الثانية، وهذا راجع إلى نمو استهلاك الفردي للمياه المعدنية والمشروبات الغازية التي تكون معبأة أغلبها في القنينات البلاستيكية، تماشيا مع نمو الصناعات الغذائية. كذلك تقدر حجم النفايات في الجزائر في عام 2017 ب 23 مليون طن، من شأنها أن تحقق قيمة مالية مضافة في السوق الجزائرية مقدرة ب 3 مليون دولار سنويا، وهي موزعة بين 13 مليون من النفايات المنزلية و 10.5 مليون من النفايات الصناعية والخطرة. نلاحظ أن النفايات الصناعية في الجزائر مكونة أغلبها من 17% تتكون من النفايات الإلكترونية. طبعا هذا راجع إلى نمو الصناعات الإلكترونية في هذا المجال خاصة في الفترة الأخيرة، إضافة إلى إطارات السيارات والبطاريات، إضافة إلى زيوت التشغيل، وهذا راجع كذلك إلى طبيعة الصناعة الجزائرية، وهي صناعة بترولية وصناعة زيتية إلى غير ذلك. لن ننسى كذلك النفايات الهامدة وهي تمثل 25% وهي النسبة الأكبر. هذا راجع كذلك إلى نمو البنى التحتية، كذلك إلى العمارات والبنايات، وكذلك بناء المدن الجديدة سواء كانت في الجزائر العاصمة أو في المدن الأخرى. كذلك يختلف حجم النفايات في الجزائر من منطقة إلى أخرى، وذلك تبعا لتعداد السكان ونسبة العمران، وتشكل نسبة السكان في المدن الشمالية 65%، بينما تشكل 35% في المدن الجنوبية. ونلاحظ أن ضعف النفايات المتواجد بالجنوب الشمال وممثل ب 845 ألف طن من النفايات المنزلية في المناطق الشمالية، نصفه متواجد في المناطق الجنوبية ب 455 ألف طن من النفايات. إذا تطور حجم النفايات في الجزائر تبعا لحجم النفايات بالنسبة للفرد الواحد، نلاحظ في 2017 كان 23 مليون طن، في 2019 وصل إلى 43 مليون طن، نتوقع ارتفاعه في 2035 إلى 73 مليون طن من النفايات. إذا والجزء الأكبر من هذه النفايات يتم كبه في المفارغ العشوائية، حيث نلاحظ أن 80% منها في المفارغ العشوائية فقط، يسترجع منها 5%، و15% فقط تذهب إلى مراكز الردم التقني ويتم التخلص منها بطريقة سليمة وآمنة بيئيا. أما فيما يخص النفايات المنزلية فالمعاد منها فهو 1 مليون طن فقط، و12 مليون طن من النفايات المنزلية يتم كبه. فيما يخص النفايات الصناعية هذا يعني بالتفصيل، يعني كما ذكرت هنا على العموم، أما هنا بالتفصيل. ففيما يخص النفايات الصناعية فيتم استرجاعه فقط 50%، ف5 مليون طن من النفايات مسترجع، و5.5 مليون طن من النفايات غير مسترجع. إذا الاستراتيجية الوطنية للبيئة جدا في الجزائر وهي عبارة عن جواب لنموذج جديد للتنمية الاقتصادية ومخطط عمل من 2015 إلى غاية 2035، ويتضمن 14 هدف للتنمية والتزمت به الجزائر أمام الأمم المتحدة سنة 2015. ويتركز هذه الاستراتيجية على 7 محاور أساسية، منها تحسين الصحة ونمط الحياة، المحافظة على رأس المال الطبيعي الثقافي والوطني، تأمين الأمن الغذائي المستدام، وتطوير الاقتصاد الأخضر وهو أهم شيء. كذلك فيما يخص بحثنا كذلك زيادة مقاومة الجزائر للتصحر، وزيادة مقاومة الجزائر للتغيرات المناخية ومشاركتها في المجهودات الدولية، ووضع حوكمة بيئية. أما فيما يخص البرنامج الوطني للتسيير المدمج للنفايات المنزلية وما شابهها، تم القضاء على 8 أكبر مفارغ عشوائية متواجدة عبر التراب الوطني، والتي كانت تسيء للمحيط والإطار المعيشي، سيما مفرغة وادي السمار بالجزائر العاصمة، والتي حولت إلى حظيرة حضارية، وهي كما نشاهد في الصورة. كذلك عكفت الجزائر في هذا الصدد على إنجاز 236 منشأة معالجة نفايات المنزلية، وهي موزعة إلى 177 منشأة لمعالجة نفايات وهي مراكز الردم التقني، و32 مركز لردم التقني لردم النفايات الهامدة، و16 مركز لفرز النفايات، و5 محطات تجميع النفايات، وإنشاء 47 مؤسسة ولائية ذات طابع صناعي وتجاري لتسيير مراكز الردم التقني، وبروز أكثر من 2900 مؤسسة لاسترجاع مسجلة بالمركز الوطني للسجل التجاري. إذا يبلغ عدد المؤسسات التي تنشط في مجال الاقتصاد الأخضر ب 273 ألف مؤسسة، منها 25 ألف مؤسسة تنشط في المجال إعادة التدوير. هذا ما نجم عنه في تطور في مناصب الشغل في مجال إعادة التدوير، حيث من واحد في 2018 كان ب 7600 منصب شغل. تبعا إن شاء الله سوف يرتفع إلى 100 ألف منصب شغل. هنالك إحصائيات ودراسات تتنبأ بوصول إلى 1,400,000 منصب شغل في مجال إعادة التدوير في الجزائر. إذا محاور الاستراتيجية للسياسة البيئية الصناعية التي تبنتها الجزائر، وهي من أجل التنمية المستدامة على المدى الطويل وتحسين صحة المواطن من خلال تحسين إدارة النفايات وتصريف النفايات الصناعية والسائلة وانبعاثات الهواء. هذا فيما يخص النفايات الصناعية. تقوم هذه السياسة على النحو التالي، وهي القضاء على البقع السواخن الصناعية من أجل تحقيق المرافق والمعالجة، كذلك مراقبة توليد التدفقات المختلفة، وضع المعايير البيئية، تنفيذ برنامج مكافحة التلوث الصناعي، ودمج الأنظمة الإدارية البيئية، وإنشاء نظم نظام الخزينة والمراقبة الذاتية، وإنشاء تصريح للتنمية والرصد البيئي، إضافة إلى إدخال الضريبة البيئية، وإنشاء برنامج الوقاية من المخاطر التكنولوجية. أما فيما يخص آفاق إعادة تدوير النفايات في الجزائر، في هذا الصدد تسعى الحكومة الجزائرية منذ 2001 إلى وضع استراتيجية وطنية في مجال حماية البيئة، والذي ترجمته لاحقا في المخطط الوطني العملي للبيئة والتنمية المستدامة، وهو PNE DD، حيث سطر هذا المخطط لبرنامجين اثنين، وهو برنامج تسيير النفايات الصلبة والمخطط الوطني لتسيير النفايات الخاصة. كما شرعت الحكومة الجزائرية في تحديث برنامج متكامل بما في ذلك تعزيز الجانب التنظيمي والقانوني من خلال سن قانون 01/19 المؤرخ في 2001 بشأن إدارة النفايات ومراقبتها والتخلص منها، إضافة إلى تعزيز الإطار المؤسساتي من خلال إنشاء مؤسسات تعنى بمجال البيئي، وتم بذلك إنشاء الوكالة الوطنية للنفايات لاندي ومديرية البيئة المنتشرة عبر كامل التراب الوطني نحو 48 ولاية، إضافة إلى وضع برنامج الضرائب البيئية وموجه خصوصا ضريبة إزالة القمامة المنزلية وهي تيوم، وضريبة على الأنشطة الملوثة وهي TAPD. وفي تكملة لبرنامج الاستعجالي المكرس للتخلص من النفايات، تم الانتقال إلى مرحلة التقييم النوعي للنفايات من أجل تثمينها وإعادة تدويرها واستعادتها. خاتمة، ونقول أن نشاط إعادة تدوير المخلفات من قبل شركات ودول العالم فهو يثمن كثيرا على أنه الذهب المفقود، وهذا نظرا للمكاسب العديدة التي تجنى من ورائه. وتبقى جهود الجزائر متواصلة من أجل النهوض بهذا النشاط، وتسعى دائما لتكريس برامج وطنية مسطرة من أجل خلق اقتصاد وطني قائم بذاته مبني على أسس واعية تهدف إلى تشجيع الاستثمار والنمو بالصناعات الوطنية بمصاف الدول المتقدمة، تماشيا مع الصناعات الصديقة للبيئة تضمن حق الأجيال القادمة في استغلال الثروات الطبيعية الرامية إلى الحفاظ على البيئة وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وفي الأخير نشكركم على حسن الإصغاء والمتابعة، وشكرا جزيلا. أتمنى لكم الاستفادة.
لحضرتك يا أستاذة هاجر، حقيقة التزام بالوقت حقيقة.
شكرا.
وموضوعك موضوع مهم، خاصة ان انت حضرتك جانب عملي بالتطبيقية على موضوع الجزائر، فنشكر حضرتك ايضا على هذه الورقة القيمة. قبل ما اخش في موضوع التدقيق الشرعي، انا بس ليا تعليق بسيط. حقيقة في 3 ورقات من الجزائر، وحقيقة 3 ورقات قيمين جدا صراحة، الاستاذ وليد والاستاذ السعيد والاستاذة هاجر. انا بس اتمنى، وخاصة للجزائر اهل بحث علمي معروفين، ان احنا كنت اتمنى اجد بحث يربط الاقتصاد الدائري بالاقتصاد الاسلامي. لم اجد هذا، يعني حتى لو نقطة عن هذا الوضع هذا غير موجود، وكأننا في مؤتمر غير خاص بالاقتصاد الاسلامي في هذا الامر. فانا كانت صراحة امنيتي هذا، خاصة ان احنا المصطلحات تأتينا من الغرب ثم نؤصلها وفقا للشريعة الاسلامية او وفقا للاقتصاد الاسلامي. لكن ما مانع في هذا الوضع، بس اللي اقصده لو كان هناك حتى عرض للارتباط الاقتصاد الاسلامي بموضوع الاقتصاد الدائري كان يكون شيء طيب في هذا الموضوع، خاصه ان الاسلام بيطالب بالحفاظ على البيئه في هذا الموضوع، واضح هذا الامر. يعني انا بشكر الجميع، بس دي بس ملحوظه حبيت اقولها. هندخل بعد كده في محور اخر، والمحور ده مرتبط بقضيه الرقابه الشرعيه. عنوان الورقة المقدمة هي بعنوان التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر في صناديق الاستثمار. اللي بيقدم الورقه الزميل العزيز الاستاذ الدكتور سهيل حوامده، وهو استاذ الاقتصاد الاسلامي بجامعه اسطنبول صلاح الدين زعيم. تفضل يا دكتور سهيل، معك 15 دقيقه ان شاء الله.
إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيك. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. بداية نشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر من اللجنة التنظيمية واللجنة العلمية والجامعة صلاح الدين زعيم كمستضيفة لهذا المؤتمر، كما أشكر الزملاء في هذه الجلسة وفي غيرها، وأخص بالشكر فضيلة الدكتور أشرف ذوابة رئيس الجلسة. موضوع اليوم هو عن التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر في الصناديق الاستثمارية. هذا الموضوع هو موضوع جديد قديم، لكن الجديد فيه أنه نتحدث عن مفهوم خاص في التدقيق الشرعي اللي هو مبني على المخاطر وخاص في الصناديق الاستثمارية. هذا الموضوع مبحوث كثيرا فيما يتعلق في البنوك الإسلامية، لكن في الصناديق الاستثمارية ما كان فيه اهتمام كبير جدا في هذا الموضوع. فالدراسة هذه تحاول تهتم بهذا الموضوع بشكل خاص، والسبب أنه الفترة الأخيرة وبسنة 2019 صار في إقبال كبير جدا من قبل المستثمرين ومن قبل جهات مؤسسات التمويل على إنشاء صناديق استثمارية، وهذه الصناديق الاستثمارية جزء كبير منها يعمل بالاستثمار، ليس بالبورصة ولا بالأوراق المالية، وجزء منها يعمل في الاستثمار في رأس المال المخاطر. لكن الملاحظ من تتبع كثير من هذه الصناديق، يعني ما يقرب عن 15 صندوق هنا في تركيا لوحدها، انه لا يوجد اهتمام كبير في الجانب الشرعي، مع انها ترفع شعار الالتزام بالشريعة الإسلامية، وهذا بحد ذاته مشكلة كبيرة جدا. يعني بعض شركات إدارة الصناديق عندهم ممكن مراقب شرعي واحد أو هيئة شرعية، لكن لا يوجد عندهم التدقيق الشرعي. التدقيق الشرعي كما تعلمون هو الأهم، لأنه هو الوجه التطبيقي للرقابة الشرعية، وهو الذي يعطيني التأكيد الكافي على التزام هذه المؤسسة بالضوابط الشرعية. في عندنا مفهوم أخص اللي هو مفهوم التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر. هذا التدقيق الذي يتعلق بالمخاطر الشرعية التي تضر بسمعة هذه الصناديق أو تعرضها لتجليب الأرباح. وأهمية هذه الدراسة تبرز من أهمية التدقيق الشرعي للحفاظ على سلامة التطبيق الشرعي في معاملات الصناديق الاستثمارية. ومن خلال هذه الورقة نقف على أهم المعوقات التي تواجه التدقيق الشرعي للقيام بعمله على الوجه الأمثل في الصناديق الاستثمارية، كذلك طرق تذليل هذه العقبات لتطوير عمل التدقيق الشرعي على الوجه الأكمل، وبنعرض في النهاية نموذج عملي للتدقيق الشرعي على هذه الصناديق. عندنا مجموعة أهداف، هذه الأهداف تتحقق من خلال الإجابة على هذه الأسئلة. السؤال الأول: ما هو التدقيق الشرعي وما هي أهميته؟ ما هو المقصود بالمخاطر الشرعية؟ ما هو التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر؟ ما هي الصناديق الاستثمارية الإسلامية؟ ما هو التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر في الصناديق الاستثمارية؟ وما هي أهم مقترحات تطوير عمل التدقيق الشرعي في هذا الجانب؟ عالجنا هذا الموضوع من خلال 4 محاور. المحور الأول: التدقيق الشرعي وأهدافه وعلاقته بالأجهزة الرقابية. والمحور الثاني: الصناديق الاستثمارية الإسلامية والتنظيمات القانونية لها على مستوى الدول المهتمة بهذا الجانب. كذلك المحور الثالث: التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر ومقترحات لتطويره. وبعد ذلك وضعت نموذج مقترح للتدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر خاص بالصناديق الاستثمارية. راح أنتقل معكم للمحور الأخير اللي هو النموذج المقترح، لأنه باقي يعني معظم المحاور هذه مطروقة كثيرا، وللحفاظ على وقت الجلسة حبيت فقط أركز على المحور الأخير اللي هو النموذج. عند بناء النموذج قلت أنه لابد من مراعاة عدة أمور. أول أمر اللي هو تقييم المخاطر الشرعية من وجهة نظر نشاط التدقيق الشرعي وليس من وجهة نظر نشاط إدارة المخاطر، لأنه في فرق كبير بين نظر الشرعيين في هذا الجانب نظر من يدير المخاطر من ناحية مالية، وممكن يصير في تعارض، لكن احنا بدنا التقييم هذا يكون من قبل الشرعيين الذين يؤمنون بالجانب الفني. المسألة الأخرى هو وجود نظام محاسبي سليم لجميع النشاطات يطابق المعايير المحاسبية الصادرة عن هيئة المحاسبة المراجعة للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية وقرارات الهيئة الشرعية. النظام المحاسبي كمان لما يكون سليم متوافق مع المعايير المحاسبية الشرعية بخفف كثير من أعباء التدقيق الشرعي. كذلك سلامة التسلسل التاريخي لكافة المستندات والإجراءات، لأنه هذا مطلب أساسي لتحقيق موضوع التدقيق الشرعي بشكل سليم. أيضا الخطر التشغيلي لابد من مراعاته، أنه يعني تكرار وقوع الخطر الشرعي لا تأثير وقوع الخطر الشرعي نفسه، هذا من ناحية الشرعية. نعم. المسألة الأخرى عند بناء هذا النموذج راعينا عدة أمور، اللي هي مراعاة الأهمية النسبية ومخاطر عملية التدقيق الشرعية. عند بناء النموذج إنه كان في أهمية نسبية لهذه المخاطر، وفي أهمية نسبية تتعلق بالمنتجات التمويلية داخل الصندوق، هذه كانت كلها مراعاة عند بناء هذا النموذج. الأمر الآخر تكلمنا عن إجراءات التدقيق الشرعي على الصناديق الاستثمارية، إيش الإجراءات التنفيذية العملية، وتكلمنا أيضا عن إعداد دليل التدقيق الشرعي ودوره في الحد من المخاطر الشرعية. يعني أهم ما يميز النموذج اللي هو المصادر المرجعية. هذه المصادر المرجعية هي الفرق الأساسي بين التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر في الصناديق الاستثمارية وغيرها من المؤسسات المالية مثل البنوك. المصادر المرجعية عندنا في الصناديق للتدقيق الشرعي مختلفة نوعا ما. من هذه المصادر هو القانون المعد بشأن تنظيم تداول الأوراق المالية وإنشاء الصناديق، والنظام الأساسي للصندوق والنشرة التعريفية ومعيار المحاسبة المالية رقم 14، واللائحة التنفيذية لتنظيم تداول الأوراق المالية وصناديق الاستثمار، وقرارات هيئة الفتوى والرقابة الشرعية، ودليل إجراءات التدقيق الشرعي للصندوق المعدة من إدارة الرقابة الشرعية، وخطط الصندوق الدورية والسنوية، وملف التدقيق الشرعي الداخلي على الصندوق الدائم، ويشمل جميع محاضر اجتماعات هيئة الفتوى، جميع العقود المبرمة مع مدير الصندوق، وكلاء البيع وأمين الاستثمار، مراجع الحسابات، نماذج الاشتراك في الصندوق والتخارج والاسترداد، سياسات الصندوق المتعلقة بالجوانب المحاسبية. هذا من أهم ما يميز النموذج الخاص بصناديق الاستثمار. من ناحية الخطوات العملية والإجراءات لا تختلف كثيرا عن الإجراءات التدقيق الشرعي بالعموم على البنوك وغيرها من المؤسسات المالية، إلا ما يتعلق بمجموعة المستندات التي يجب الاطلاع عليها عند التدقيق الشرعي. أهم هذه المستندات اللي هو دليل إجراءات إصدار وحدات الصندوق وحصر جميع استثمارات الصندوق بما فيها الأسهم المالية والصكوك والاستثمارات المتاحة للبيع، دليل إجراءات الاشتراك والتخارج والاسترداد، المعايير المحاسبية المتبعة في تقويم وحدات الصندوق للوصول إلى القيمة السوقية لكل وحدة من وحدات الصندوق، كذلك دليل سياسة توزيع الأرباح، ودليل سياسة توزيع الأتعاب والمصروفات على مدير الصندوق، وجميع المراسلات التي تمت بين الصندوق والبنك المركزي ووزارة التجارة. هذه الأشياء لابد من مراعاتها عند إعداد هذا النموذج. هذا يعني أهم شيء في هذه الورقة اللي هو النموذج المقترح للتدقيق الشرعي على صناديق الاستثمار. نروح معكم للنتائج. يعني النتائج وضعت فيها أهم ما ورد في الفصول السابقة والفصول اللاحقة حتى ما يضيع علينا شيء من الورقة. النتيجة الأولى اللي هي تعريف التدقيق الشرعي، إنه عرفنا أنه جهاز تابع داخل الهيكل الإداري للمؤسسة، يتمتع بالاستقلالية، يقوم بتدقيق ومتابعة وفحص وتحليل كافة الأعمال والنشاطات والإجراءات وغيرها للتأكد من أنها تتم وفقا للقرارات وتوصيات هيئة الرقابة، وذلك باستخدام وسائل والأساليب ملائمة، وبيان المخالفات والأخطاء وتصويبها فورا، وتقديم تقارير شرعية متضمنة للملاحظات والأخطاء. وعرفنا أيضا صناديق الاستثمار الإسلامية هي أوعية استثمارية مستقلة في ذمتها المالية عن الجهات المنشئة لها، تكون مساهمات في صور أسهم أو وحدات تساوي، تثبت لأصحابها حصة في الموجودات مع استحقاق الربح أو تحمل الخسارة، وهذا ما يميز الصناديق الإسلامية، وتدار بالمضاربة أو الوكالة. والمقصود في المخاطر في مفهوم التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر هي مخاطر عدم الالتزام الشرعي، والتي تنشأ بسبب عدم التزام المؤسسة المالية الإسلامية بأحكام مبادئ الشريعة الإسلامية كما حددتها الهيئة الشرعية للمؤسسة. وصنفنا هذه المخاطر إلى 3 تصنيفات: مخاطر ذات تأثير شرعي كبير على سمعة المؤسسة، ومخاطر ذات تأثير شرعي متوسط على المعاملة أو السمعة الشرعية للمؤسسة، ومخاطر ذات تأثير شرعي منخفض على سمعة المؤسسة حسب حجم هذه المخاطر. والتدقيق الشرعي وضح لنا من خلال الدراسة أنه يسهم في تجنيب المؤسسة مخاطر عدم الالتزام الشرعي، مثل ضياع سمعة المؤسسة المالية، والتي تعد الأساس الذي يجذب العملاء للمؤسسة المالية، وهذا له أثر مالي. يعني احنا نقول ليش سميناها مخاطر شرعية؟ لأنها تتعلق بمخاطر مالية لها آثار مالية. خسارة المؤسسة المالية مبالغ كبيرة التي هي محصلة الأرباح غير الشرعية التي كان سببها عدم وجود تدقيق شرعي وافي لمعاملات الصندوق.
5 دقائق دكتور سهيل.
أنهيت دكتور الله يكرمك. إجراءات تدقيق الشرعي على الصندوق الاستثماري لا تختلف عن إجراءات التدقيق الشرعي في كل نشاط من أنشطة المؤسسات المالية المختلفة، سوى بعض النقاط مثل نوع المصادر المرجعية للتدقيق الشرعي على صناديق الاستثمار، ويضاف إليها ما يتعلق بإلمام المدقق الشرعي بالجوانب الشرعية الخاصة بالصناديق الاستثمارية. هذه أهم النتائج. بالنسبة للتوصيات وضعت 3 توصيات رئيسية. التوصية الأولى لشركات الصناديق الاستثمارية والجهات ذات العلاقة أن تأخذ بنتائج هذه الدراسة وتعمل على تطوير التدقيق الشرعي الداخلي، لأن معظم الحالات التي رأيتها لا يوجد عندهم تدقيق شرعي داخلي، ولو وجد في ثغرات كبيرة جدا، وهذه إشكالية كبيرة من الناحية الشرعية. كذلك يوصي الباحث الجهات التشريعية المسؤولة عن تنظيم الأطر القانونية والتشريعية للصناديق بالأخذ بعين الاعتبار ضرورة تنظيم عمل التدقيق الشرعي على الصناديق الاستثمارية بناء على أهمية دوره في الوقاية من المخاطر الشرعية كما تم توضيحه في الدراسة، لأن الجهات التشريعية هي الأساس بإلزام هذه الصناديق بالالتزام بالتدقيق الشرعي الداخلي، وأيضا الأخذ بالتدقيق الشرعي الخارجي. كذلك يوصي الباحثين في الاقتصاد الإسلامي بالإضافة إلى الممارسين للتدقيق الشرعي بمزيد من البحث في هذا الموضوع، لما له من أهمية قصوى في التطبيق العملي. زي ما بنعرف إنه مثلا الدول الغربية زي أوروبا وغيرها معظم التمويل عندهم هو خارج إطار البنوك. يعني أوروبا أكثر من 60%
أنا لا أسمع دكتور سهيل، هل تسمعني؟ تسمعني دكتور سهيل؟ طيب تسمعوني الآن؟ لأن الصوت عندي غير واضح. طيب أنا بشكر الدكتور سهيل حقيقة على هذا العرض الطيب المبارك، وورقة قيمة حقيقة على التدقيق الشرعي المبني على المخاطر في صناديق الاستثمار، والنموذج اللي وضعه في هذا الوضع اللي أعتقد أنه نموذج واضح للاستفادة به. الدكتور سهيل حتى بعت لي بيقول لي الموضوع النت فسح اللي عنده، لكن الحقيقة الورقة ورقة قيمة يمكن الاستفادة بها حقيقة. الآن الورقة الأخيرة، الورقة خاصة بمشكلة الائتمان العقدي في العقود الذكية وآليات تعزيزه في ضوء الشريعة الإسلامية والنظم القانونية المقارنة، للأستاذ محمد بوزيدي. الأستاذ محمد موجود؟ إن شاء الله يبدأ في عرض الورقة بتاعته ولو 15 دقيقة.
نعم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. أستاذ تسمعني الآن؟
أسمعك الآن الحمد لله.
نعم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. بدء وجه شكري وامتناني لكل القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الدولي الثاني عشر الاقتصاد والتمويل الإسلامي، سائل من الله عز وجل أن يكتب له بالتوفيق والنجاح، وأن يعود علينا مرة أخرى بحلة جديدة مستقبلا إن شاء الله وبعناوين جديدة. كما لا يفوتني أن أشكرك أستاذي مدير ورئيس الجلسة، وأحيز جميع الزملاء المشاركين معنا في هذه الغرفة. معكم أخوكم محمد بوزيد الشيطر، أستاذ بجامعة سطيف سنين، والآن أكلمكم من مدينة سكاريا بتركيا. إذا كما أشار الأستاذ، بالنسبة لموضوع المداخلة فهي تنصب على مسألة مهمة تتعلق بمشكلة الائتمان العقدية، الائتمان في العقود الذكية وآلية تعزيزه في ضوء الشريعة الإسلامية والنظم القانونية المقارنة. إذا أردنا أن نوضح الأمر أكثر، العقود الذكية هذه التي وجدت حديثا هي في حد ذاتها لا نقول مشكلة، وإنما زاحمت العقود التقليدية أو مست بثوابت العقد التقليدي، وأحدث فيها هزات بالغة، مما أثير بحولها تساؤلات كثيرة سنحاول إثارتها هنا بموجب إشكالية، وحتى نصطدم الوقت الممنوح لنا في هذه المداخلة، ثم نعرج في عجالة على النتائج أو بعض التوصيات التي تم التوصل إليها من خلال الفرضيات الموضوعة. إذن قبل ذلك نحاول أن نعرف بعض المصطلحات الموجودة في العنوان وفي الإشكالية، اللي هي أولا مسألة الائتمان، وثانيا العقد الذكي، le contrat intelligent bien le smart contract. بالنسبة للائتمان يعرف في التعاقد عموما بأنه عقد الثقة، وهو إجراء قانوني ينقل من خلاله الطرف اللي هو يعرف، أو الطرف الأول يعرف بالمستوطن، كل أو جزء من ممتلكاته أو أمواله إلى طرف آخر يعرف بالوصي، بحيث تتم إدارته، يعني هذه الأموال أو إدارتها أو هذه الممتلكات إدارتها لغرض محدد، ويكون نقل الممتلكات بشكل مؤقت. وقد عرف المشرع الفرنسي الائتمانية بأنها التصرف القانوني الذي يلتزم بموجبه شخص هو المؤتمن بعد صيرورته صاحب حق في الذمة المالية للمستأمن بعدد، أي المؤتمن يلتزم بعدد من الالتزامات يرد بينها عادة التزام بنقل الحق المذكور بعد مضي مدة من الوقت إما إلى المستأمن أو لغيره، كما عرفتها المجتمعات القديمة منها الرومان، وسقطت عن طريق غياب التدوين. وكذلك نشير بأن الفقهاء المسلمون بدورهم أو بل يعود لهم الفضل في إخراج وتأصيل الائتمانية من خلال دراستهم لأحكام الوكالة، بسبب أن إدارة المال بالمنظور الإسلامي تكون موزعة بين تسليم المال على سبيل نقل الملكية أو تسليمه على سبيل الوكالة. من أجل ماذا؟ من أجل إدارته على وجه يراعي حقيقة المسؤولية العائدة لكل من الموكل صاحب المال ووكيله الذي عهد إليه بإدارة الائتمان. هذا بالنسبة للائتمان. ننتقل إلى نوجز أو نعطي تعريف موجز لمفهوم العقد الذكي. بالنسبة للعقد الذكي فقد عرفه الفقيه وعالم المعلوماتية الأمريكي نايك زابو، الذي وضعه أوجده واخترعه صح التعبير في منتصف التسعينات من القرن الماضي. فقد عرفه هو بأنه بروتوكول مع معاملات محسوبة ينفذ شروط العقد. يعني العقد الذكي إن صح التعبير هو نوع من البرامج، وهو الإشكال هنا يدور كذلك، هل هو عقد فعلا أم هو مجرد برنامج كمبيوتر؟ فهو نوع من البرامج يعمل بشكل آلي أو عن طريق نظام الأتمتة، l'automatisation بمعنى نظام الند للند. إذا تحقق هذا الشرط ينفذ هذا الفعل. فقلت وترمي الأهداف العامة لتصميم العقد الذكي إلى تلبية شروط التعاقدية الشائعة مثل شرط الدفع، الامتيازات، السرية، وحتى التنفيذ في العقود. كما يرمي كذلك العقد الذكي أو تصميمه إلى التقليل، وهي أهم نقطة هنا، إلى التقليل من الحاجة إلى الوسطاء الموثوق فيهم أو الوسطاء المؤتمنون، وهي مثلا البنك الموثق. فأنا إذا أردت أن أتعاقد معك بعقد ما أكيد سنذهب مثلا لشراء عقار، نذهب إلى الموثق. هنا في العقد أهم غاية وجد لأجلها العقد الذكي، وهو إلغاء هؤلاء الوسطاء وتحقيق مبدأ التنفيذ الذاتي للعقد. نعم، وبالتالي تكون تحقق عن طريق هذا العقد أهداف اقتصادية جمة، ويساهم في خفض خسائر الاحتيال وخفض تكاليف التحكيم والتنفيذ وتكاليف المعاملات الأخرى. إذن بالنسبة لهذا العقد ينفذ عن طريق تقنية تعرف بتقنية البلوك تشين بالإنجليزية، البلوك تشين أو بالفرنسية شين دو بلوك، أي سلسلة الكتل، باللغة العربية سلسلة الكتل. ما هو البلوك تشين؟ هذه التقنية التي هي بفضلها حقق العقد الذكي رواجا كثيرا، وأصبح يتبنى أو يعتمد في التشريعات، خاصة التشريعات الأنجلو ساكسونية. الآن المشرع الأمريكي اعتمد هو في المنظومة القانونية الأمريكية. إذن البلوك تشين عبارة عن منصة تتجسد في أكبر سجل رقمي موزع ومفتوح، يمكن من خلاله تخزين أكبر قدر من المعاملات بصفة مفتوحة في دفتر أو في سجل غير ممركز، بمعنى هو لا يعمل عن طريق نظام مركزي وإنما بنظام غير ممركز. ويتفوق هذا النظام باعتباره هي أحد التكنولوجيات المغيرة بخاصية، هذه الأهم خاصية التي أشرنا إليها سابقا، بخاصية الاستغناء عن الوساطة في التعامل وفكرة الغير المؤتمن. كنقولوا احنا الغير المؤتمن نقصد به الوسيط المؤتمن اللي هو كما قلنا الموثق، البنك إلى غير ذلك. إذن فأهم خصوصية البلوك تشين هي أنه دفتر للمعاملات أو التصرفات بالزاكت جوريديك، لا يقبل التغيير أو التعديل أو التحريف، يكون مفتوحا لكافة الأشخاص، وينفرد بطبعه اللامركزية لانفلاته لانفلاته من رقابة أي جهاز مركزي، أي هو غير مراقب من أجهزة مركزية. إذن وهو أكيد يوفر درجة عالية وقصوى من الأمان في التعاقد. الآن نشير إلى بعض نقاط القوة والضعف في هذا النظام أو النظام التعامل بالعقد الذكي، باعتباره هي تقنية جديدة في التعاقد. إذا من أهم المزايا التي يوفرها استخدام العقود استخدام العقد الذكي هو رفع مستوى الأمان وتعزيز عنصر الثقة بين الأطراف خلال مسار إبرام العقد وتنفيذه. أما هذه أهم نقطة، هناك نقاط عديدة أنا قمت بإيجازها فقط، وقمت بذكر الأهم فقط منها. أما بالنسبة لنقاط الضعف في هذا العقد، ونظرا لما يحيط بهذا النوع من معاملات معقدة وما يحتويه من معطيات مفتوحة على جميع الأشخاص، فليس مستبعدا أن يكون هذا الأمر محتمل. فليس مستبعدا مثلا إرسال هذه الوثائق إلى غير أصحابها عن طريق الخطأ.
بقي 5 دقائق أستاذ محمد. 5 دقائق.
نعم سأحترم الوقت. أو إرسالها منقوصة أو مزورة، وهذا من شأنه أن يمس مساسا بليغا بعنصر الأمان في العقد. إذن ما تمت الإشارة إليه يمكن القول أن العقود الذكية وإن كان في مقدورها تحجيم تكلفة إجراءات التعاقد، أي هنا ذات فائدة، إلا أن الواقع يشير أن الكلفة هنا لا تلغى، أي كلفة التعاقد نذهب إلى الموثق أو إلى البنك إلى غير ذلك، هذا الأمر في حقيقة الأمر عمليا لا يمكن إلغاؤهم. إن التكلفة هنا لا تلغى ولكن تتأخر لتتحقق في مرحلة إبرام العقد، أي المرحلة النهائية. إذا من خلال ما تم دراسته يمكن الإشارة إلى بعض أو إلى أهم الوصايا أو النتائج التي تم التوصل إليها من خلال تفحص ودراسة هذه التقنية. إذن عكفت الدراسة على إبراز مفاهيم جديدة طرأت على منظومة العقد التقليدية، أي دراسة العقد الذكي، تعلقت بجوانب مهمة للعقود الذكية أفرزتها التكنولوجيات الرقمية الحديثة، وكادت تهز أهم ثوابت منظومة العقد أو مؤسسة العقد التقليدية في ظل التبني التدريجي لها من لدن المدارس القانونية المختلفة وتباين المواقف الفقهية بشأنها. يعني ليس كل الفقه يسلم بأن العقد الذكي هو عقد حقيقي. وعلى هذا يمكن إيجاز أو يمكن تلخيص المسألة في النقاط التالية حتى لا أطيل. أولا، تبني أهم التشريعات العالمية لمفهوم العقد الذكي، وكما أشرنا منها التشريع الأمريكي ولاحق به التشريع الفرنسي وإن كان متأخرا. تبني أهم التشريعات العالمية لمفهوم العقد الذكي واعتناقه من طرف أبرز المنظومات القانونية ولو بشكل تدريجي ومرحلي، مما يحتم على التشريعات العربية هذه كتوصية التعاطي بجدية مع هذه المفاهيم المرنة وتأطيرها قانونا، وإن كان لا ينكر عليها ما حققتها من تطور إزاء العقد الإلكتروني على العموم، لأن هنا نشير فقط العقد الذكي ليس هو العقد الإلكتروني، وإن كان يشترك فيه مع بأهم الخصائص والميزات، لكن العقد الذكي شيء آخر، وهو يقوم على أو السمة البارزة فيه هي نظام الأتمتة والأوتوماتيزاسيون. إذا ليس كذلك العقد الذكي أو لا يعتبر العقد الذكي حاليا إلا وسيلة لأنفاذ أو لتنفيذ العقد الأصلي. فعندنا عقد أصلي، عقد حقيقي أو عقد تقليدي، حتى نعمل هذه التقنية ونستفيد بها يجب مرافقتها عن طريق العقد الأصلي، ويتعذر على الأقل في الوقت الراهن استخدامه بمعزل عن العقد الأصلي. الإنفاذ المباشر للعقد الذكي بمعزل عن أساسيات العقد الأصلي ينطوي على مخاطر جمة، مما يستوجب مرافقته كما أشرت، مرافقته ببنود ومشارطات تتم بين العاقدين أو المتعاقدين تعزز الأمن التعاقدي وتكون مستوحاة من صميم العقد الأصلي، مثلا المحل، السبب، التراضي، الكونسونتمون إلى غير ذلك. كل الآراء والفتاوى المتعلقة بالفتاوى الشرعية، نعم، كل الآراء والفتاوى المتعلقة بتكنولوجيا العقد الذكي تبقى حبيسة ما تجد به الدراسات والأبحاث ذات صلة، فلا تصور لأحكام خاصة في ظل فراغ تشريعي وغياب توطين حقيقي لهذه المفاهيم. نعم، وشكرا سيدي.
طيب، أنا بتقدم بالشكر للأستاذ محمد بوزيدي على هذه الورقة القيمة، خاصة أن الموضوع الورقة هو أيضا في إطار حقيقة الجوانب المحافظة على البيئة أيضا، لأن العقود الذكية يمكنها أن تحافظ على البيئة أيضا، كما الاقتصاد الدائري أيضا له دور في هذا الوضع، والاثنين يستطيعوا أن يخدموا الاقتصاد الأخضر كما نتكلم عليه الآن، اللي هي اهتمت به الأمم المتحدة وفقا لأهداف التنمية المستدامة اللي الإسلام ذكرها قبل الأمم المتحدة بأكثر من 1400 سنة. الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم تكلم عن ذلك وطبق ذلك عملي. القرآن يقول: والذين جاءوا من بعدهم يقولون ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان. فالجيل الحالي يراعي الجيل القادم في ثرواته، وأيضا يقدم له الإيمان بصورة طيبة مباركة، يعني الجانب المعنوي والجانب المادي أيضا. أنا حقيقة في هذه الجلسة المباركة التي أستطيع أن أقول إنها يعني جزائرية بامتياز، ونحن نرحب دائما بأهل الجزائر ونحب دائما حثهم على الجانب العلمي. يعني أنا ببدأ بالدكتور سهيل الحاندا وهو زميلي وهو من الأردن حقيقة، هو خارج النطاق فقط هو وأنا من مصر. ثم أشكر جميعا الإخوة الأفاضل حقيقة من الجزائر اللي أدوا دور طيب ومبارك في هذه الجلسة. أشكر الأستاذ وليد حماش والأستاذة بو سعادة سعيدة والأستاذة الأخضري هاجر، وأيضا أخونا وليس آخرا الأستاذ محمد بوزيدي. أشكركم حضراتكم على هذا العرض الطيب المبارك، وإن شاء الله نلتقي سويا في مؤتمرات قادمة أيضا في جامعتنا العريقة جامعة إسطنبول صباح الدين زعيم. وأشكركم جميعا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.